I'm back. I'm alive. Hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Mock, Tori, Wolfie, Oddball. Hello. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Did you forget about me? Don't you forget about me. I know. I feel bad. I'm literally like the worst streamer. And then I sit here and I'm like, why can't I grow? Way too excited for Saturday. What's Saturday? What the fuck? What the fuck indeed? What the fuck indeed? Dude, I'm so glad you're enjoying Baldur's. I am, Tori, I am. I'm like, I can't stay to my schedule. I can't. I can't do it. Am I kind of quiet? Hold on. Let me look at my microphone. No, my mic is a little on the quiet side. I wonder why. I haven't streamed in a week, and so now everything is... It's a little teeny quiet. Hold on. How do I... Here, maybe? Does this increase my volume at all? This one? Sorry, I heard a noise. And Jack? What are you doing, bud? What are you doing? I have no idea. I have no idea, but I think he just either knocked something down or got into something because he just walked in here like, oh, normal, everything's fine, nothing to see here. My first Comic-Con in 6 years. Might also be bringing about too much cosplays for 2 days, as in 8. Are you actually going to change in between? That's amazing. I know it gets weird at times. I don't know, but yes, please tell me if it's if it needs adjustment in any way. It's been a week since I've even opened OBS, so it's possible. Okay, what did I do? I got Jack last time. This is the main quest. Dossier, the Warlord. So we can get one more person. It looks like Zaid. Before hired by server, Zaid has taken the mission to Are these are side people's things? Kasumi is the other girl. Right? These are side missions for like my companions. Had reset. You said fine. Oh, good. It's been so long since I opened OBS. I have to think, since my mom wants to do the cooking stream, which was totally her idea, completely her idea, oh, by the way, like she came to me with this idea. I have to figure out how I'm gonna bring stream stuff down there to the kitchen. Like, I literally might have to bring my whole PC down there. I mean, I'm sure there's a way that I can just connect my phone as a camera wirelessly. Maybe... Hold on, I might have figured it out right this very second. Maybe I'll just connect my camera wirelessly downstairs. Can you handle if your mom becomes a bitch? No, I can't. I honestly can't. Because there have been times where, like, I've streamed with friends and then, like, my friends have, like, popped off and I've been like, okay. Hey, stranger, how are you? I stepped out on Friday and had a blast. You did? Hi, Stonewall. I'm good. How are you? Yeah, she is still in so much pain. I guess she had an absolute blast. Run off my phone and use a tablet to keep an eye on chat. That's what I'm thinking. But then, like, we wouldn't have all of my... Well, we probably could still have, like, all of my... Okay, so if I leave Mix It Up open on my computer upstairs, it'll, like, still connect. So Mix It Up could work in my computer upstairs. It doesn't necessarily have to be connected to the exact same thing that OBS is. Well, it wouldn't be OBS, it would be my phone, which would be like stream, like OBS mobile or something, or even just through the Twitch. Okay, so my bot would work if I have it up. Excuse me. Fishing would work if I have it up. I think we can do that. So are those your bunnies or bunnies you just? Honestly, I feel like I told you guys we have 2 bunnies now. We've had 2 bunnies for maybe a little while. But yeah, I feel like I've told you guys because I feel like I told the story about when they got here and I had one in my hands and Jack was literally losing his mind. Like he was making these barking, crying noises that I've never heard in my entire life because I had the bunnies in my hands. But now he goes and he like looks in their cage and he like checks on them and stuff. But yes, we have bunnies. If I didn't tell the story about the bunnies, I apologize. We have 2 bunnies and 4 chickens and 1 dog. Do we also have a zoo? It might get that way. And the worst part is that every time my mom asks Yaga, because my mom knows that Yaga has birds, and so my mom and Yaga now like exchange bird tips, which is like great. But now like oh yeah, so Yaga keeps saying like, oh, you should get ducks, you should get ducks, you should get ducks. And I'm like, stop telling her to get any more animals in this fucking house. Stop telling her to get any more animals. If I come home and there's ducks, I'm gonna lose my mind. Uggo, she's just living her ugly life. She's just living her ugly life. Alright, so I think we're gonna do Kasumi's side mission. Travel to Beckenstein. Beckenstein, Boltzmann, Serpent Nebula. That all sounds very made up. It sounds very funny. I told Baba she could pretty much have a petting zoo. She can. She kind of can, honestly, at this point. Okay, I'm fueled up. I'm probed up. Lol. Oh, maybe I should finish scanning this. I should finish scanning this galaxy real quick. Fish away, guys. Fish away. I almost forgot to open, and I was like, oh no. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that to chat. That's the only reason some of them come here.
Probe launched.
Kidding. Or am I? Tori, did you answer? Did you say, I can't switch and scroll back chat, so I'm very sorry if you did answer, but please copy paste if you did. Are you planning on changing into all of your 8 cosplays throughout the day? Or are you just gonna wear whatever one kind of like tickles your fancy that day? Only here for fishing. Yeah, unfortunately, Mass Effect doesn't let me like leave the game to scroll back stream. It's chat, which I feel terrible. I know that I've missed chats while streaming this game. Conveniently, with me doing closet cosplays and sharing assets. Oh, that works perfectly. Closet cosplays when they can share. I love it. I really looked the other day for a closet cosplay of an Elden Ring character, but I don't think I could pull it off.
Launching probe.
Ta-da!
Launching probe.
Kilo swine. What? What does fish say right now? Chat box is expired. No, you haven't. I literally just fixed it. How is chat box? It's doing it. Are you confused right now, game? Chat box expired, but it's doing it. Okay, sure. Go off, queen. I love
Launching
classic
probe.
cosplay, especially wearing individual pieces. I feel like I'm in half cos, right? Like I have some of those, you know, like Hot Topic used to sell those dresses. They were just like little summer dresses, but they were like little cosplays and stuff. Like I have the pink Power Ranger one, and I have the Joker, like the purple Joker dress with like the bow tie, and I love it. But I'm like, people give you such weird looks when you wear them, and it's like, come on, it's just like. It's just a silly little dress. Like, why you gotta be a weirdo? They're like, you're the weirdo. Do you think you're the Joker? Like, no. Why are you a weirdo? Why does this one not want to find? Lower, up, higher, higher, higher. And then it kind of balances out right here. Let's try.
Probe away.
Probe away. It's still not wiped out though, so there's still some stuff here. Because it'll say that it's... There we go. Once this changes to... what you call it. No, it still says poor. That means there's still stuff here. Yeah, it'll say that it's been like wiped out if it's empty. Ooh, there we go.
Probe launched.
There was this phase where Hot Topic had great classic cosplay. Yes, it's less. It is now. I feel like Hot Topic in general has just fallen off. Like they're just like so, I don't know. Like they're so much more focused on like the pop culture side than like just selling just cute clothes.
Probe launched.
Dude, this planet is not. There's nothing left here. What do you mean? Oh, yes there is.
Probe away.
It's still not wiped out. That's insane.
Probe away.
I've put like 15 probes on this planet and it's still not completely wiped out. That's insane.
Probe away.
From nerdy and goth to pop. Yeah! And it's like crappy quality now too. Has anyone noticed that like the quality has just absolutely sunk as well? Like I don't think I even look at Hot Topic anymore. I mean, the only thing I might get from them nowadays is like maybe a graphic t-shirt or like maybe some accessories, but even then it's like, what is going on with this planet? It is not wiped out yet. It still says poor. Planet's trying hard. Alright, I'm done with this planet. I'm gonna use all my resources on this one planet. Get out. Get out. I'll stop when I'm in the mall, but I could not tell you the last time I bought something there. Because I guess what I'm into is no longer hot at Hot Topic. Hot or on topic. It's neither hot nor a topic. Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but like I still definitely could be shopping on Hot Topic because, you know, like I still like a lot of general Hot Topic-esque stuff. But it's also like a lot of their stuff is done ironically, which in a weird way makes me feel shitty. Like, it's like, yeah, I don't like the fact that you're making fun of this thing by releasing it. Like, you know, like in a weird way. Like, I'm like, don't make fun of my hobbies by like making them a thing at Hot Topic. But at the same time, I'm like, I also don't care. You know? Because it's like, it's Hot Topic, like who cares?
Probe launched. Probe away.
Pack of the Mario mints. Oh yeah, they have like the Mario soda and stuff. Got a pair of shorts this summer because pockets are totally decent. There's way less appeal. It's almost like thrift shopping. You have to browse and be ready to walk out with nothing. Yeah. But like how can I, okay, so like, I like Twilight. I've always said that like, it's a bad movie, bad book, but like, I have a weird love for it. I don't know why. And I don't like that like they have Twilight stuff in Hot Topic, but it's like
Launching
making
probe.
fun of people who like Twilight. Like, why do you have to be mean? Why do you have to be mean?
Probe launched.
All right, we're out of probes. Kind of bad. Exactly, but that's like, that's my whole thing is like, it's not supposed to be good. It's not supposed to be good. Okay. I want to keep going. Just finish this galaxy real quick. For how, that's what I'm saying. Like it was just dudes. It was dudes making fun of it
Probe.
because their girlfriends were like into vampires and stuff.
Launching
Let's be real. Do you guys hear that they're making an animated Twilight series on Netflix now? It's supposed to. So if you don't follow the Twilight series, Stephanie Meyer, who is the author, planned on writing all 4 of the books from Edward's point of view.
Probe away.
She wrote the first one. It was called Midnight Sun, and it got leaked. It got leaked back in 2000 whatever, 2009, 2000 whatever. It got leaked by like one of her publishers or like one of her friends that she allowed to read it or whatever. And it was actually really good. Because I'm tired. Also, don't romance the bird. Who's the bird? I'm not at a bird yet. No. Hi, Ara. What was I saying? I was talking about Twilight. Oh yeah. So the book got leaked, and I actually read it, and it was really good. Like it was surprisingly somehow better than the other books. Like it was written, but like I don't know, it was just somehow just way better. And then she got all pissy. She's like, "Oh, my privacy, it got leaked, blah blah blah." So she never released the book, or the book series or whatever. Rewrote them, never finished them. But because like true people, like true Twilight people, like had read it and they were like, "No, wait, it's really good." She was like, "All right, well, I'll just make a TV show out of like the books and everything." So it's the Twilight series, but it's from Edward's point of view. Garrus is the bird?
Probe launched.
No, I am not romancing Garrus. We talked about this last time. He just doesn't do it for me.
Probe away.
My feet hurt. I want to work at TwitchCon. I want to go home. Oh, TwitchCon. I like keep seeing pictures of everyone at TwitchCon, and I don't know. I just can't see myself going. I just can't see myself like fitting in there. Hard to explain.
Probe launched.
Are you enjoying TwitchCon otherwise? Why is that toxic? How is that toxic? My social anxiety would be like, nobody wants you here. What are you doing here? So what's the difference in the books from Bella's point of view versus the same events in the books she wrote from Edward's point of view? Well, to be fair, there's quite a few times where they're not together. And we have a lot of just like Bella talking to herself or doing whatever. But the difference is that Edward has this mind reading ability. All of the vampires have like an ability of some sort, which isn't really kind of clarified in the movies, but they talk about it a lot in the book.
Probe away.
Like Jasper is able to like control people's emotions. Alice can see the future. Emmett has super strength, I think. I don't remember what Rosalie's was, but they all have like an ability of some sort. And Edward can read minds, but he can't read Bella's mind. So there's a lot of just seeing a completely different side of him because Bella makes him out to be like so mysterious and like I don't know anything about him, and he just like shows up and he like does all these things. But there's a lot of like inner dialogue of like wrestling between like this is a human and I'm a vampire and why can't I read her mind and blah blah blah. I go at 7 at the con at 8:30. Come home around 10. Sometimes since Tuesday, and I'm constantly on my feet. So I managed to get something for myself today, and that's what. Aw. Bella Alice ship better than Edward. He's so desperate, angsty. They are. I don't know, and that's the thing is like it's the same author. I'm not really sure why it's so much better written from Edward's point of view. I can't explain it. Like like I said, only the first book got written because she got all pissy because it got leaked. But it was very good. Like I don't get why she was so inconsistent.
Probe away.
But yeah, it's just a different side of the same events because a lot of it is from Bella's point of view. Well, it is. It's all from Bella's point of view. So it's all her own thoughts and her own insecurities, and you know, so you're being presented the story through someone else's point of view. But he, like, you know, he battles a lot with if this is right and wrong. You know, the fact that he can't read her mind is another thing. So you're a Twilight fan? I am a Twilight fan, but the books. I'm a Twilight fan of the books, not the movies. Which I know doesn't really, like... You know, people are kind of like, whatever, but... Oh, wait, I have to go to the mass relay, right? Isn't that how you switch galaxies? She wrote a fair amount in between the... Yeah, I guess so. That probably makes sense. Okay, so what did I say? It's the Serpent Nebula. No, it's better. Black Widow. I'm gonna be nice to you because you have been working so hard.
Fuel at 1/2 capacity.
Oh, shit. Oh my god, stop gliding. There's way more potential. Yeah, that's true too. Watched the first movie, then read the books, and I read Bella's so sarcastic, so I enjoyed them more. I don't know how to explain it. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but it was more of a, I don't know, like maybe I felt like I connected to her because she was like also just awkward, and there is a fly, like an actual fly. Can I kill it? Do I have anything to kill it with? I guess not. Can't even troll properly. I'm so beat. Okay, real talk. Enjoying Mass Effect. So what you said about last time. I don't think I've managed to like start. Okay, so all right, this fly. The first game, I now that I finished it, I enjoyed it. But the first game, I really struggled getting into. I didn't really connect with any of the characters. The game itself was kind of janky and, excuse me, very dated, and I didn't like the combat. And honestly, guys, I even posted in the Discord that I'm in, that I knew none of you guys were in. And I was like, I don't know what to do. Like, I'm hating this game, but I want to finish it because so many people have told me that it's good and that I'll like it. And so many people were like, if you're not enjoying it, like, quit. And I was like, no, I want to finish. But the last maybe like third of the game, of the first game, I actually ended up really enjoying because the story started to click and puzzle pieces started to go in, and it actually started to like move somewhere. So I did end up enjoying ME1 after the first, I don't know, 20 hours of not liking it. But ME2, I really am liking a lot. Like they, every like game mechanism that I was like, I hate this, they improved on. I like the map. I hate it. God, I hate it. There were so many times that I like would complain about the map in ME1, and I like that one. So far I'm loving 2 so much better. I've not read more than a few pages of the first book and seen a few minutes of the first movie, and I can't say I can say I hate the way Bella is with her dad. They have a weird relationship though, because like her parents got divorced and she lived with her mom, and then her mom got a new boyfriend, and so she like had to go live with her dad. Well, she chose to go live with her dad because her mom and her mom's boyfriend were like living their life or whatever. So like she hadn't seen her dad in forever, you know? So I get it. Almost no external and internal dialogues that made it kind of hard to watch. Plus the Twilight Blue filter is so funny. What's even funnier is that it's only in the first movie. It's only the first movie. Catherine Hardwicke, I think, was the director of the first movie. Did you kill the Nazi? Is the Nazi Ashley? Because if it's Ashley, yes. That her relationship with her dad was actually kind of believable. Yeah, like he just, you know, like he's trying really hard to make her feel comfortable and feel at home, and she's just like calling him Charlie. Yeah. That's a thing though I've seen. Like, that's the thing. Like, I've seen, like, some... I don't want to say adult, because it's not like she was an adult. But... Do I have any... Oh, I do have points. What the... This fucking fly, dude. It's like an actual fly. Which means it came in from outside, like, with one of the fucking one of the animals. I'm gonna actually lose my mind. I just want you all to know that today's the day that Pink loses her mind. At least go out here. Like, at least go in that giant room over there. Arhanka dreams of Black Widow as they trudge through con fatigue. That's so stupid. My friend got upset that I saved Ashley because I thought she was kind of cute. My Ashley... Hold on. I have to tell the story of my Ashley. Hello, Dave. How are you? Welcome in. I still think it's hilarious. Yes, 50 Shades of Grey was originally a Twilight fanfiction. So, let me give you the quick little summary of what happened in my Mass Effect 1 playthrough with Ashley, specifically Ashley. So, you go to the planet where you have to, like, kill the Krogans or do something to the Krogans. And so Rex draws his gun on me. And he's like, we can't do this. This is wrong. We can't just, like, decide to, like, kill, like, an entire race of people. And so I, unfortunately, didn't have high enough charisma to, like, do, like, the Paragon choices or, like, the quick choices. So I was, like, trying to talk to him, and I was like, you know, like, we can work this out. Like, we can find a way for this to be, like, the right thing for everybody. And while I was talking to Rex, Ashley shoots him in the back and kills him, and then shoots him 3 more times while he's dead on the ground. Like, while I was still talking to Rex and still trying to, like, talk to Rex. So that was the first thing that I was like, Ashley, what the fuck? You can't just be killing people. You can't do this. This is crazy. And so then, yeah, so then when I went to the planet with the relay and I had to choose to leave Caden or Ashley behind, I left Ashley behind. And I was really rude to her about it too. And I was like, die with honor, soldier. But then, unfortunately, Caden took that as a sign of true love. And Caden, Caden did the did. He took the opportunity to did the did. So yeah, Ashley a bitch. Wait, why is only Kasumi with me?
Looking good, Miss Allison Gunn. Hawk won't be able to keep his eyes off you.
Who's Hawk? I watched a Strange movie. Was it named Doctor Strange?
I assume Allison Gunn is my cover.
You run a small but talented band of mercs out in the Terminus systems. Precisely the type of person Hawk respects. I took the liberty of giving you a reputation.
Nandor, Fodor,
Papers,
and the Talking
witnesses,
Mongoose.
article
I've never
in
even
Badass
heard of
Weekly.
that.
Just don't
I
start
watched a
talking
movie
business
last
with
night
me,
that
and you'll be
actually
fine.
threw me for a twist. threw me for a little twisty. It had a good little twisty
Remind me,
twist at the
what
end.
kind of man are we dealing with?
Hawk's a weapons dealer and smuggler. He killed
I
my
realized for
partner
once
and
I'm watching
stole
your
his
stream, and
gray
it's not
box.
the middle of the night. Well, it is
Other
the middle of
than
the
that,
night
it's not so bad.
where you're from, but it's
Rich,
not the middle of the
charismatic,
night now.
Willing to crack open a man's skull to get at the neural implants inside.
What's with the outfit? Yeah, I like it.
Take it I'm wearing this getup for a reason?
You'd look really
Neither
out of
had I,
place
it's pretty
at a
good.
society party in armor.
Yeah, I've never heard
don't
of
you
it.
think?
Indoor,
You
full
look
door, and
great.
the talking mongoose.
You should
Yeah, I've
wear
never
this
even heard of
stuff
it
more
before.
often.
For my what? I said it's the middle of the night where you're from. Is that what I said? Oh, yeah, I said technically it's still the middle of the night where you're from, but where you are, it's very early. It's like 5:30 where you are, isn't it? It's early.
Now's probably
Simon
a good
Pegg?
time to fill me in on the details.
Simon
You have been
Pegger.
waiting patiently. Our friend Hawk is throwing a party for his closest friends. A couple dozen of the worst liars, cheaters, and mass murderers you'll ever
I will
want to meet.
say,
All
I
bringing
like the
gifts as a
clothes,
tribute to the
but
man
they're all
himself.
the same shape. Like all of these women's dresses are the exact same shape. They just have different like little cutouts and stuff.
Our tribute is a lovely statue of your old friend Saren, rendered with loving detail and filled to the brim with our weapons and armor. You can keep your pistol as long as it's concealed. They won't hassle you over a sidearm. Once inside, we'll make our way to Hawk's vault door, somewhere in the back of the ballroom. Then, we case the security and start peeling away the layers. The statue should be there, waiting for you to crack it open and arm up. Then we just waltz into the vault and take back KG's gray box. And I'll finally get a chance to say goodbye.
Wouldn't call this early. 20 minutes not gonna stop behaving. So what are you doing, Arhan? What are you like what are you
Worked really hard on
what
this.
what work are you
KG
doing?
must have
Are you
done a lot,
working
too.
a booth
Was I that
or
obvious?
security
KG's gray
or
box holds a lot of priceless personal memories. It's all that remains of who he was. But the secret he discovered is dangerous. I wouldn't bring you here if it wasn't.
better be worth it?
What's in the gray box that makes it worth all this trouble?
The gray box
Ooh.
holds KG's memories. Everything from all the codes and plans he stole to
I don't know. Like
all
TwitchCon
the
just
time he
seems
spent.
so
Wrapped up in those memories is the secret he stole.
I don't even know what word I want to use.
KG never told me what it
I
was.
just
But the information got him killed.
ever again. I feel like I
Guess
would do
that'll be
security at a
interesting.
Comic-Con.
That's what I'm going for.
As long as it wasn't the whole con. Like I would do security like one day as long as I could have like the other 2 days or something. Meet your stalkers TwitchCon.
This is
That
our
too.
stop.
That too.
After you, Ms. Gunn.
Hold a moment, ma'am. There seems to be an issue with the statue.
Is there a problem? Yeah.
No, Mr. Hawk. Just doing a scan.
I don't believe we've met. Donovan Hawk.
Oh my gosh, look at how she stands. Can you see? You can see. She like leans. It's very funny.
I've heard a lot about you.
It's fun.
Name's
The convention is
Allison
fun. I got to meet the
And I've heard a
Americans,
lot about
and Partner
you.
Lounge has good food.
You've been very busy lately.
Oh,
if
well,
the
some of us
extra
can't
net
get
is
into
to
the
be
Partner
believed.
Lounge, so
Sir.
you know,
The scanners aren't picking anything up.
some of
Don't
us will
think
never
our
gaze
guests
upon
would
the
come
Partner
all the way
Lounge.
here from Ilium just to cause trouble.
Ilium.
Do you?
What? Guys, genuine
pass
question.
through, Miss
Genuine,
Gunn.
honest
You
question.
were invited after all.
What
but I will ask your
accent?
companion to remain outside. You
What
understand,
accent
I hope.
do you think people in space would have? Because this guy's got like a Russian accent or something.
Care to explain why my friend has to stand outside?
I don't like the look of your friend, so she stays outside.
Oh
Simple
no,
as
she's
that.
Australian or something. What? What is this accent? Easy fix? How? What? Scottish, Portuguese, Korean? A mix of those ones? That's like South African. Yeah, it sounded kind of Russian, but then he said stay outside. Outside. I want to hear it again. Hold on.
Care to explain why my friend has to stand outside?
I don't like the look of your friend, so she stays outside. Simple as that.
What is this accent? He said friend. Friend, like he rolled the R, but then he said outside. That's South African?
No problem. You're the host.
Enjoy the party.
What is this
Well,
accent?
That didn't go as I expected.
Easy fix when you're with me. Oh, well, if I ever decide to go to TwitchCon, I will make sure to be attached to your hip. You'll never want to talk to me ever again. I'll be so annoying. It'll be so fun.
Any idea why he'd send you away?
No, we've never seen each other in person, and no one knows what I look like. Just watching his ass, I'm sure. I can't blame him.
Okay, so what's the plan?
What do we do now?
We go on with the plan. You'll just have to do all the talking. I'll stay out of sight and stick with you the best I can.
And I share to people I like, because why not? Oh, you like me. Oh.
We'll keep radio contact in case something goes wrong. We need to find the door in case the security...
Kasumi was like, oh, you won't let me in? Bet. Oh my god, what are these shoes? What are these shoes?
How did you
Look
ever
at these.
contain that situation on Olive?
Oh, that? A quick application of force, a little pressure, and bam, done.
Thank goodness.
They're like
I thought
Crocs
those
with
rabbits would
Velcro.
dog you for years.
Some say Commander Shepard is still alive. Really?
Oh, please. It's wishful thinking at best.
I'm right here. I'm right here. Oh yeah, but I'm not supposed to be Commander Shepard. That's right. Hello. I like the blue dress. My dress is the only dress that's different. All these other dresses are the exact same shape. A bunch of aliens in Star Trek. I feel like they always give aliens British accents. Like, yeah, like I feel like they wouldn't have an English accent. I feel like they would have their... Hello? I feel like they would have like their own accent. They're aliens.
Or gone or something. Good
You know?
riddance, I say.
Oh,
Very nice. There's more here than I expected.
that was just the first thing I saw that I could interact with, so I touched it. I almost got my friend whatever party the day before
Password-protected
she
voice lock,
went
kinetic barrier, DNA scanner.
like, ew, don't
Looks
touch
like an
me.
EX700
I don't know you in front of
series.
people, so I didn't return.
Everything
And she was
a
at the
vault
bar.
needs
I
to
was
be
like, this one is not
impenetrable.
21. And then I
This
did it
gonna be a
again in front of
problem?
security. She was
Please,
like, oh my god.
Remember who you're talking to. We'll need to get a voice sample for the
I'd be
voice
so
lock.
pissed.
You'll have to go chat up Hawk for that. We'll have to find a password too. DNA, child
Translated,
play.
yeah, and
We should
translated
find
in English
plenty of
accent.
DNA samples in Hawk's private quarters. And the barrier? Cut the power. Never fails. If we can find it. Keiji could get through a system like this in his sleep. And I'm better. Let's get to it.
I like Kasumi. Alright. So I didn't mean to go in this door, like, to advance the story. I saw a button and I pushed it.
It looks like the barrier's power cable runs under the floor here. I'll set your Omni tool.
She started being a dick.
electromagnetic fields.
Mr. Hawk's private rooms are off limits to guests without security clearance.
I have security clearance. Oh,
I have clearance to
I
go
have
in.
authorization.
On whose authority?
Wow, he got real close to me.
Hawk gave me permission to go in.
Hawk knows procedure. You're not getting in till I hear it from my commander. Enjoy the party.
Private rooms.
Kasumi's low-key rizzing me up.
Get in there.
But none of the worst part is none of the girls are romanceable as a girl. This game is homophobic.
Mr. Hawk's private rooms are off limits to guests without security clearance.
Like I'm
I have
literally
clearance to go
On
in.
whose authority?
I'm literally
gave me
just
permission.
only allowed to
Enjoy the
romance the
party.
guys. And then they had all these really cool girls in this game. Like my character would be so into Jack, let's be real. My character would seriously lose her shit for Jack. And they're like, no, you can't. What is that buzzing? Is that something I'm supposed to be... Okay. see. Can't see. How do I go over there? The sound of space electricity. I miss Terry, but Terry, yeah. Terry definitely deserves more than a teeny little phone screen.
One sec.
Ah, thank you. Where's my phone?
That should take care of the barrier.
I want to order something to drink. Oh, let me eat a piece of meat. Oh. Old pizza. Okay. Now.
There he is. All you need to do is keep him talking long enough for me to get a voice print. Pull out the charm on this one, Chet.
Yes. Do it right now while I'm in a
Whenever you're ready.
conversation. Thank you for asking too, Oddball. Go for it. Phone. Wait, we asked about no, but Oddball was being nice. Let me get my phone. Thank you, Mary. Oh, Jack. I'm sorry, I didn't see it there. All right, I need to get something to drink. I'm thirsty. And then, yeah, and then when she's, yeah, that's what you like to do.
After you.
Miss Gunn, good to
Miss
see you.
Gunn.
That scene at the door hasn't soured your evening, I hope.
Yeah, what is this accent? Soured your evening, I hope.
I understand the security, but who would dare try to break into Donovan Hawk's home?
Gunn, in our line of work, we attract a certain element. Few understand the pains we take to keep the barbarians at bay. People these days want comfort, entertainment, love. They don't
You
see
think
that
it's
the
South
galaxy is
African?
fragile. They only have to worry about simple luxuries.
Have a
Why?
good night, Oddball.
Because
Thank you for
people like
being
me
here.
and you are doing the terrible things that keep the galaxy spinning. This party is for us, the cleaners, the support structure for the galaxy's gleeful delusions of peace. May there always be a market for the things we do.
Hi, DJ. How are you? It's just a very strange accent, and I can't place it.
I said get him talking, and you got him talking. We've got enough of a voice sample. Let him go.
Enjoy the party, Miss Gunn.
Once we find the password, we can get past the voice scanner.
Okay. Find the password to Donovan Hawk's vault.
Mr. Hawk's private rooms are off limits to guests without security.
Never mind
clearance.
then.
Enjoy the party.
There's got
Never
to
mind
be a way
then.
to get in there. Let's look around.
Okay. Hi, Tatiana. Welcome in. Is this a new screen name I see?
I hear Mr. Hawk's vault is exquisite.
Who
Ooh,
could
data
know?
pad.
He never lets anyone near it.
It's locked down tight. Security Rose in charge. No way bro would let. Okay.
Chief Rowe, huh? She sounds like a hard ass. If we could tap into the guard's communications, I could probably use this information.
You ate way too much. Oh yeah, you were talking on Chaos's stream about all the food.
Mr. Hawk's private rooms are off limits to guests without
I've
security clearance.
authorization.
On whose authority?
Chief Rose.
I have authorization from Chief Rowe.
Okay, 1 second. Chief Rowe, Samuels. Have you given access authorization to Mr. Hawk's private rooms? I see. I don't know who you think you are, but Rose says she's never heard of you. Nice try, though.
Of course, Tatiana. Of
Enjoy
course.
the party.
There's got to be a way to get in there. Let's look around.
Pizza. I know it's cold though. I didn't eat it fast enough. It's cold, but that's okay. Cold pizza's still good. Plus, I can always warm it up. But I need to get a drink. That's what I was doing. On Free Some Pizza on Wednesday. Okay, they don't have a map. I just have a waypoint. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Sneak into private quarters. You like the big party sections of games? Yeah, and it's like, there's like 20 people here. It's not even like that huge of a party. Oh, shit. Am I supposed to kill this guy?
Here they come.
Hopefully. Hopefully, I'm supposed to actually kill them. Because I did. Oh my god, I love her so much. She went invisible and punched a man. 8 minutes. Arhan, you got this. Well, party's over. No, I snuck into a room. Can I have that? No, 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 no. I want that. Thank you. What? What? Do I go up? Oh, okay. What the hell? That... Right. Dishonored had a really good one.
Look for
But I like
anything you can
Dishonored.
get usable DNA from. Just make it quick
Well-
and quiet.
You watch the Fallout show? Yeah, the show was really good.
No DNA, but looks like Hawk's been trying to crack Cage's
Do you
grave
mean
box.
you went down the Fallout
Looks
rabbit
like he's
hole with the
missing
games?
something. He hasn't cracked
On
the
Epic?
encryption yet.
Search the
Clean.
plant for DNA.
It's a plant.
It's a plant. Oh my god, I love that. She goes, it's a plant. You fucking idiot.
Found a sample?
No, a credit chit.
Credit chit. Alright, I want to scan stuff that I feel like wouldn't be right first, but I just...
Time to wake up.
Damn.
You can't be in here.
Reminds you of New Vegas? Oh. Oh shit.
We've got company.
Anyways.
Going dark.
Going dark. Bro. That was great.
We're done here.
Tear down the booth. Bye. Okay. Arhan, have a good night. I want something like sweet. I don't know what I want.
Empty. Too bad. A cigarette butt would have been a good source.
What this wine
Not
glass?
a great saliva sample, but it's still useful. We're going to need more than this for the scanner, though.
What else? Kilo?
No hair, no skin flakes.
The housekeepers must be thorough.
Or he doesn't sleep in that bed.
holographic interface. Won't find a sample here.
You saved myself the last 2 episodes, and I think about it. A Fallout? That's actually a pretty clever idea. Wait, it keeps saying antique weapons thing. Oh, like, where? What the heck? Look. Datapad, okay. And then this one says antique weapons collection. Oh, it's way over here.
The
Weird.
cleaners don't dare touch treasures like this. We can get some skin cells from the dust. It's probably contaminated, though.
Oh my.
We should find another sample.
Connect the matching pins to bypass security. Oh, it's still the memory one, okay. Is this one? Is this one? Recent lore has been updated because of the series, so I had to avoid spoilers. I mean, but is it though? Like, is the show considered now lore? Wait, did we get the sample?
We can probably get Hawk's DNA off the datapad. He seems to have obsessed over this. That should do it. Let's get out of here.
Vault lore? Yeah. They don't... I wish they did get into a little bit more of the vault lore, if I'm being honest. Because they didn't really go over, like, a lot of it. Like, they gave you kind of, like, the gist. But it ends up being a lot more fucked up in the games. My head is starting to hurt, so I think I need to take something real quick. The games are choose your own adventure. Are you talking about the Dishonored ones, or are you talking about the Fallout games? Because I know I asked you right before if I would like the Dishonored games. Fallout, yeah. I do like the Fallout games. All right. Really quick, I'm going to. My head is hurting and I don't understand why. Stealth mechanics and fun lore. I feel like I've seen... I feel like I've seen gameplay of that, but I can't recall like anything about it. Like I literally feel like I've seen... Is it the one where they have like a knife in like one of their hands? Maybe the left hand. I'd recommend it. I'm pretty sure I've seen them for cheap. A Rabombe. Alright, 292. Alright, let's find... You can do no-kill runs? What? Alright, so we have what we need. We can just get down right now. Right? Or kill everybody runs. This fly is going to literally drive me crazy right now. Can you guys see it on stream? Because that would be even more embarrassing. Like when it flies in front and just like the camera focuses on it for a second. He's like attracted to my ring light, so he keeps hanging out over there.
Welcome, Mr. Hawk.
We need the password. Let's look for a security console we can hack for info.
Hawk throws a hell of a party.
Yes. I'm not too pleased with the caliber of people he's invited, though.
What's this data? Oh, this one. I already read this one. Super Mutant Ghouls Vaults Deathclaw lore this week and still going.
Good to see you.
Yeah, you learn a lot about. I feel like you learn a lot more about vaults in the older games, like specifically like 3 in New Vegas. You learn a lot more. I feel like 4 didn't have as many vaults to explore. Alright, so there's gotta be something in here to hack. This? Do we hack this? No. There is nothing left in here. Before Paul Lowry's triumph, what golf legend claimed victory at the People's Open Champion held at Carnoustie? I don't know. Oh my god, the fly. Alright, so I'm looking for a terminal to hack. A terminal. Hackety hack. Don't talk back.
Have you tried the wine? I have to say, some of the best I've tasted.
Wish I knew where he gets it from.
What the
Trade
heck?
secret, I suppose.
That door goes to a security room. I'll take care of the lock.
Did you hear? Santiago took over that refinery on
Are
Zoria.
you gonna do it?
He's such a shrewd business.
That door goes to a security room. I'll take care of the lock. There we go.
Tom Watson. Oh, you were so close, Dave.
Ready when you are.
Oh. Okay. Do 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 do. Oop, I didn't want to. No, unclick it. No, unclick it. No. There we go. This one to this one. This one to this one. This one to this one. Which means this one to this one. I'm running out of time. Oh my gosh, I clicked it. Okay, did anyone see that I clicked it several times? What the fuck? Weird hackamans. Yeah, bullshit. It can't be back here. Oopsies. How'd I get back here? How'd I get back here? Wait, you can shoot? This isn't glass?
I have an idea. See what you can find.
Oh my gosh, are they watching anime? KTV 420. I think they're watching anime. I have a problem too. Perugia.
Got something?
Yeah, the password.
Is Perugia.
Oh,
Huh.
Perugia. Excuse me.
That's the name of the man who stole the Mona Lisa. Nice.
How do you know
Now,
that?
I just take the voice sample we got from Hawk and got it. Now we can crack that voice scanner.
All right, let's go. Let's go, Robin. Hello, hi, nothing to see here. Everything's fine. Thank you for coming to the party. Thank you for coming to the party. It's such a wonderful party. Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Thank you. Hello. Thank you. Okay, let's go. Hackamans. I'm not clicking that. Bring this one.
Required. Voice
Perugia.
accepted. Welcome, Mr. Hawk.
Let me in. Hacks.
I'll check for security cams. Go ahead and get dressed.
She's like, go ahead and get dressed. That's funny. That was a gratuitous boob shot there. My butt pads. Come on. No one else has butt pads but me. Guys, this is ridiculous. Oh my gosh, my curls. Look at my curls today. Why? Look at this. Why? My curls are out of control today. I hate it. Okay. I don't think I can do any new weapons. Tomorrow's gonna be cold. Yeah.
So this is Hawk's fault. Very nice.
I hope it's
This
cold
scanner
tomorrow,
will hone in
but
on the gray box.
that's different.
It's not far.
Gray box. Wow. Oh, wow. Okay, now far. Okay. Is this closer? Okay, closer. Got it. But midweek is back to being warm.
There it is.
It's always so crazy how different the seasons are on the other, like, other side of the globe.
Don't bother, Miss Goto. It's code-locked. I had a feeling that was you at the door. I knew if it was really you, you'd get through anyway.
You know me. I don't like to disappoint.
I need what's in your grey box, Kasumi. You know I'm willing to kill you for it. I'll admit your skills are impressive. You got into my vault like I'd left it open, but you're still going to die, screaming, just like your old friend.
Let's see you try.
No, make it any bigger.
This is where your special skills come into play, Shepard. Let's do this.
What are we doing? Murder? Oh, I like murder. Oh, we like murder. So the other problem is it's just me and her. We don't have a third. Which is also in this room. I know. Bruh. First of all, why am I using this? Okay. Why did it spawn me in with the other gun that I don't like? Do I not have ammo for this one?
They're coming from the front.
No, not that one. This one. There we go. Oh, I don't have much though. That kind of sucks. Ooh. Yeah! Drones! 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 I don't like drones. Okay, stop! Stop! Okay. Okay. I need to do something. Okay, I got the chief. Get down.
Going dark.
Have you seen Children of Men? No, I don't think so. That doesn't sound familiar. Well, I mean, it sounds familiar, but I don't, like, I can't place it.
That had to hurt. Down you go.
Riot released the dates for Arcane. I haven't watched Arcane as good. I didn't watch Arcane because I don't play League. So I was like, there's probably no point, right? Get her back out. Damn, I switched guns. Sent him out.
Checking blueprints. There's a landing pad to the east. Let's get out of here.
Joker, bring the shuttle in, now!
Choose weapons loadout. Wow. You don't need to play League. Yeah, but that's why like I didn't watch it because I was like, I don't know who these characters are. Like, all right, I need to hit something. God, I hate this gun so much. I hate this gun. Okay. You can also do that. It'll be fun. Hey Tank, how you doing? Okay, I took cover to regain health. Let's go. It does give a sweet point when you have small references. Yeah. The end of the series is so good. Totally worth the watch. It's an Alfonso Cuarón movie, which is pretty amazing. His room, that movie kind of looks like the one you're in with the statue of David in it. Children of Men. I feel like I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. Sitting here watching Kick-Ass. I'm doing fantastic. Hi Bolts, how you doing? Mass Effect's going well.
Going dark.
Alright, can we like I don't know. Ooh, he hit me too.
Damn it! We have to find another way.
We have to find another way. You miss these games? These are my first time playing them. And they've been a lot of fun so far. Hi Franklin, it's been a while. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. The Pinky Pals, if you will. Why can I? Oh, please.
Here we are. Let's cover.
Oh, nothing. Somebody's got big boomies.
It'll take heavier weapons than that to blow those tanks.
Someone's got big boomies. Get back up. Let's not do the big booms, huh? Okay, I said let's not.
Blow those tanks.
People don't listen. Okay, we gotta get the big boomer. Where is he? Ah, there you are. Stick your head back up.
Going dark.
Come on, stick your head back up. I think she just punched him. He's very funny. I can't shoot around. Get punched.
Can't do that right now. That looked painful.
Baby's almost here. Oh my gosh.
Now you see me.
Need some cover.
Ha! Eat it.
Ah, she just punched him. I love it. Spare parts. Volatile tanks.
These are full of fuel. It's easily enough to blast through the wall.
Oh.
It'll take heavier weapons than that to blow those tanks.
Oh, okay. Well, luckily I've got heavier weapons.
That got it.
I probably shouldn't have been that close. Oh, that was funny. Oopsies. Leave Allison Gunn. Funny story. Allison Gunn doesn't exist. Whatever that does, it knocks me out of cover. That's crazy. Okay. Let's do this one. Okay. You just got punched. How does that feel? Oh my god, I can't. Okay. This guy. Oh my. Come on. I have no fucking ammo
Now
again.
you see me.
I can't do anything with this. This thing doesn't, like, it misses so much. Oh, look, ammo. Excited but also scared? Yeah. It'll be great. It'll be fine. You'll do wonderful, Tank.
You know what happened to your boy Doy when he fought back?
Hate you like that.
Oh, why are you being a bitch, man? Murderer.
Going silent.
Can you kill the guy with the missile launcher, please? Yes, exactly what DJ said. Don't forget to ask for help. Don't be ashamed to ask for help either. I can't land a shot with this gun.
Now you see me.
Woo. Dude, this gun, the other pistol, I hate it. Like, I don't know what else to do. It's the best, like, machine pistol, or I guess automatic pistol or whatever that I have. Oh, my Duncan should be here soon. Little Franklin will be great. I pulled out every stop as a baby. Are you the oldest? Or are you the youngest, DJ? What? Sweet. Get out. The oldest, yeah. Can I go in here? No. What? But I can't, like, it won't let me go in here. Stop. I'm just trying to run. I'm not trying to get on everything. What? This way? Oh, I swear it didn't show the blue thing before. Or at least I didn't see it.
You see that? Going dark.
Wow. Or you could just miss. Those don't blow up? I thought those blew up. Okay. Who's next? Who's next?
Now you see.
Now you see me, now you don't. You're so funny. Did that not really? Hostile contact. What has been happening this entire time? She's back here. I know she is. The professor's baby eyes, 15-second life. No shot. Do I have to sue Futurama for my intellectual property? But was it what I said? Or was he just talking about baby eyes? My donkey is here. I'll be RB. Oh my god, guys. So we have one of those Glade air fresheners that like go off on a timer, right? And I literally went down to the bottom of the stairs to get my Dunkin', and I got a mouthful of automatic air freshener timer. Like, what the fuck? So that was gross. That was gross. Yeah, that's how I feel right now. Like, like the timing was like, the second I walked downstairs, it was like, Fritz. I was like, bleh. Is the Dunkin'? Kind of. Yeah, kinda. They didn't give me a fork for my stuff, though. I have to go get one. Hopefully there's not a fight. Incoming! Get down!
Could have done this the easy way, Goto. Allow me to show you the
Goto?
hard way.
Is that her name? Sumi Goto?
Up ahead.
Okay. Okay. Am I supposed to shoot this man? Well, yeah, it works. Okay. Brownsville. Take that, New England.
Lay down your weapons.
DJ, I hope you have a wonderful night. Thank you, as always, for stopping by. also.
Seek fluid uptake immediately.
A stretch. Okay. Oh, there's ammo. There's ammo right there and right there.
What did you tell your friend, Kasumi? You're doing this for love?
Recharge. Astarion approved. Astarion. Oh no, he just got shields back. That's not fair.
Ooh. Going silent. There you go. They're coming from the front.
Rose just like willy-nilly shooting grenades around and stuff. What?
Taking heavy. Forces have engaged.
That was unexpected. Good night, DJ.
Down you go. Down you go. Gotcha.
Aren't these robots? Why are they making pain noises? Are these not robots? I thought they were robots this whole time. I can't pick that up. There we go. Okay, I guess I can't pick it up anyway.
Company with full shields.
Ugh.
If I can get to the ship, I can take down the shield.
It might not be a super long stream tonight, guys. I don't know why my head's hurting.
Even if you escape,
Well, my head has been hurting for days, but it's been fine the last few days.
What the keeper, pretty face.
But I also haven't been on the computer, so could be. Where is he? Can I hit him here?
Shepard, I need a clear path to the gun.
Holy
Take out these
shit.
thoughts. They're through my shields.
Hold left shift. No, I just need to put 3.
Clear out the guards. I'll take out the shields on the gunship.
I'm trying.
Do what you like to this gunship. I'll have a squadron of them.
Go this way. Yeah, no, she wants to. She 100% wants to. It was her idea. She actually brought it to me. We just need to find out which day will work best. It'll probably be like, I don't know. Like she goes to bed early, so like it wouldn't be a weeknight. No, she's gonna cook, Dave. My mom has volunteered to do a cooking stream. It was her idea. She brought it to me. She actually said, her exact words were, do you think your stream would like it if I did a cooking stream? Is what she said. And I was like, I'm sure they would love it.
Shields down. Let's tear that thing apart.
Let's do it.
Coming from the right.
Too late to get out of this alive, Kasumi.
Yeah, I was talking about it at the beginning of stream. Excuse me. That I will need to figure out like how to get my setup down there. I think we decided that I'll probably just do my normal setup upstairs and then have like my phone as like a wireless camera. Animated titles and a theme song. I think my mom, like, I really think my mom would like to do more stuff. Like, she has a YouTube channel, but she never like did anything with it. You know, like it was like in the nicest way possible. It was like a pipe dream kind of thing where she was like, I think I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna document like my farm life and stuff, and then, you know, I think she immediately realized how hard it is. No cooking stream?
Now you see me.
You should have died in the vault. Now you die in pieces.
Wireless phone does work. Really? Yeah, that's pretty, I'm pretty sure that's what I'm gonna have to do.
Up ahead.
Unless, I mean, I'm sure I could, because like, who's gonna stop me? But I could probably take my work laptop home and put OBS on it for a day. No, open this thing. There we go. Stop! I'm trying to open. Wait, is this power cells open? Wait. Ah, nice. No, it's med kit. Where? There. So... So... Hello? There we go. Oh, Jack uses his phone for mixology. That's good to know. Yeah, I've seen it done before. Like, I know Dirge uses it when he was growing his plants. A bartending stream? That is pretty cool. You guys have to be super, super respectful to my mom. You can't be talking about poopy and stuff.
Kasumi, if you're seeing this, it's because I'm dead.
Ooh, look at that.
The information we found is
Soul
all
patch.
here. It's big, Kasumi. If the Council ever got wind of this, the Alliance could be implicated. Kasumi, I encrypted the information to keep it safe. And I uploaded the encryption key to your gray box, so no one could get the whole package. But if I'm dead, and if anyone knows about this...
Once every hour or so he makes a cocktail. That's really cool. Does he drink them?
So sorry.
Keiji.
People can give bits for drinks.
You'll want to keep these memories forever.
Probably can't.
But you don't need some neural
That would be
implant to
really
know I'll
cool.
always be with you. Please. Kasumi.
I'm a perfect fucking gentleman.
Destroy these files. There's nothing more I can do to protect you.
I can't do that. This is all that's left.
Was that your sexy time?
Bye, Kasumi. I love you.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Can we save them?
Is there any way we can just destroy the information?
No. Keiji's a master at encrypting files. He laced the information into his memories. You can't get one without experiencing the other.
Oh no. Destroy it? Oh, see, this gets me. Like, sappy romantic shit gets me. Like, all of the memories that they have. Like, that's all she has left of him. And, like, their memories and their experiences together. I mean, okay. Let's think about this. Let's think about this. So she has her memories. Like, she has her memories. Is somebody else looking for it? It has like secrets. It has like, it's what he wants.
You heard him, Kasumi. He'd want you to destroy the information and save yourself.
I know. I can't.
He's not even that cute.
This is all that's left of him.
He's not even that cute. Let me do it.
If it's easier, I could do it for you.
Okay. Just get it over with. Please.
Punch him in the face. Oh. That one hurt. That one hurt.
This should come in handy.
Sappy romantic shit gets you. This is brand new information, yeah. Some choices we don't want to make in games, but we must choose in order to progress. I know. Succeeding through failure, and if you like that, you'd love Disco Elysium. I watched Broseph play that. It did seem fun. But is he going to be a famous skateboarder after he moves to... He moved out of Connecticut. He moved from Connecticut to New Hampshire to be a famous skateboarder. Get your burns right, Franklin. Oh god. Honestly, my ex-boyfriend, the skateboarder, he didn't have it for our entire relationship, but he had a little soul patch like that for a hot minute. He was a boy, she was a girl. Could not make it any more obvious. My tot broke apart and just fell all down my shirt. Well, I've got cheese all down my shirt now. My tot! My tot! Tot down. Tot down. Okay. So, we've got... He did it backwards, and that's why it didn't work, and he had to go to medical school. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's right. I forgot. It's not Astro. But it's just Tots tatered. Man, I really get in my own way when it comes to streaming. Like, I would really like to do a lot more IRL streaming. Not even IRL streaming, but just like doing stuff. Like, just chatting streams where we like build Legos and just like, I just want to like do more stuff. But I am just so self-conscious of like my own everything. Mostly my body, but like I'm just like so self-conscious that it's like I don't even know how I'm gonna do this cooking stream without like showing my body. Like, are we just gonna do it from like on the oven? I don't know. But I need to just like get out of my own way. You know, I just need to get out of my own way. All right, let's do this warlord. Let's get our last friend. Corliss in the Emir system. Okay. So, I don't think I have fuel. Are you gonna tell me I don't have fuel? Because I was very, very, very low on fuel a minute ago. Day 253. I don't know if I'll make it.
We have exhausted our fuel supply. I will use FTL to get us to a fuel station.
What is FTL? I don't know what that means. That's why I take all those clips. Shut up, Franklin. Shut up, Franklin. That's why I said, like, I'm aware. I'm aware that it's myself. I'm aware. That's why I said I just need to get out of my own way. This one looks like Neptune.
Launching probe.
Just point the camera at the kitchen bench. That's what I was saying. Like, what if I just did like the stovetop?
Probe launched.
Rating fizzy drinks are kids shows from our youth. Complete playthroughs. Mock, why are you so just like awesome? Why are you just so chill? We having fun. We vibing. But yeah, like I really like. I just like I want to do so much more stuff.
Probe launched.
Like I see people like just living their best life on stream, and I'm like, man, throwing away your inhibitions and just like doing whatever the hell you want is just so good. Fane, man. Unexplored. This looks like a dried ball of poop.
Probe away.
Hey, bud. Can I help you? Jack couldn't get under his blankets. It was a crisis. It was a crisis.
Launching probe.
Everyone's gonna see what my silverware looks like. I have matching silverware. I have very good silverware. I don't do none of this willy-nilly, any silverware can go in the drawer shit. It's a set.
Probe launched.
It's a set. They all match. Beautiful. My silverware, top notch.
Launching probe.
At the end of the day, you just gotta do it for yourself. I guess you're right. I guess you're right. Honestly, in the 4 years that I've streamed, the only people who have said mean things to me were not people who, like, spent any time in the community. You know what I mean?
Launching probe. Probe away. Launching probe.
Them hoes just mad. Them hoes. I want... I want to start spelling hoes the way that, what's her name? The Catch Me Outside girl spells it. It's like H-E-A-U-X. Ho. I think it's so funny. I don't know why I think it's so funny.
Launching probe.
I got my silverware off Craigslist free from a nice family that was moving out of the city. Oh, hey. You... Anybody can do whatever they want with their silverware. I'm just saying. My silverware, top notch. Oh, hello, Yaga. Welcome in. How are you? Are you hanging in there? Ah, oui, oui, en français. Oh. Zaho. Some of these planets, I feel, are just very lacking in... I mean, I know they're supposed to be. They're, like, uninhabitable, but like, some of them just don't even have detail.
Probe away.
Poe is French, I'm sure. Oh, it must be.
Probe launched.
You got all the wooden... Ooh, look at that. You're being attacked aggressively. Hey, Yaga. Pinky's bragging about how her silverware game is on. My silverware game is on point. You guys thought you were gonna... You thought you were gonna expose my silverware during the cooking stream, and you don't even know. Guys, my mom's kitchen is, like... Should be, like, a restaurant kitchen, but it's not a restaurant. Because my mom is just, like, obsessed with cookware.
Probe away.
I took a beak to the mouth. Ow.
Probe away.
What recipe? So, she has given me a couple options. And all of these are going to be homemade. None of these are going to be from the box. So when I say these things, just keep that in mind. So she gave me the option of baked macaroni and cheese with like a breadcrumb crust. She gave me fettuccine Alfredo with like homemade Alfredo sauce. And then she gave me one more, which for some reason I'm drawing a blank on. But it would also be like relatively like on the simple side, but still like homemade. This fucking fly is back. Can you guys see it? It's literally flying. I'm gonna kill you. I missed it. It's not imaginary. Mac and cheese? Oh, everyone's voting for mac and cheese now? Baked mac and cheese is one of like my absolute favorites. But yeah, she makes the sauce like herself. With like the what is it? It's not brie. Whatever. She makes the sauce.
Probe away.
And yeah. Roux. Thank you, roux. Yeah, the roux. She makes the roux. Hi, Magruder. Welcome back. Good to see you. What was the other option? It's baked mac and cheese or fettuccine alfredo with homemade alfredo sauce. There was another option, but I'm drawing a blank on it, which makes me feel like I wasn't really that interested in it anyway, because I get to eat it afterwards.
Probe away.
Roux. No, I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. When you said raw, I thought you were like, okay, so the first thing I thought you were saying rar, like rar XD, but like, because we were saying ho in French, like I thought you were being like rar, like. And then I realized you were saying roux. Rar.
Launching probe.
I have one probe left. I'm just gonna use it on Poofed. Rar.
Launching probe.
Remember when I never used RAR XD ever in my life. The fly is on my spotlight right now. He's literally on my ring. This is it. You guys are watching me lose my sanity in real fucking time. Like, you're watching me lose my mind in real fucking time. I just want you, does anyone remember where we're supposed to be going? I was also, look, guys, I just want you to look at this. I don't know if you can hear it or not. I have an actual fly trap on my desk right now. It's on right now. He wants nothing to do with it. He just wants my fucking ring light and my fucking face, apparently. To the moon! No, you don't know. I know you don't know, because you just got here. Let's see. Corliss in the Emir system. Spitters! I would never. I would rather die. I would rather die. There's so many spitters outside, but the worst part is, like, it flew in. I think it flew in when, like, you know, letting Jack out or in, or one of the two, you know. Let's get some fuel, and then we'll go to the mass relay. I got the one you plug into the wall. It does pretty good with the flying insects, but it's up high. So I do have another one. Like, I have one of the ones that goes into the outlets, and I bought it for my little kitchen that's over on the other side. Did I miss you checking on the colony? What does that mean? I just did Kasumi's mission. That's the only thing I've done so far today is Kasumi's mission. I just finished Kasumi's mission. And I had a really hard time, and Chat and I had to have a discussion about it, and Chat and I decided as a whole to destroy the gray box. And we did it for Kasumi as well. The Zevo ones were good. Yeah, it's like this. Hold on. it's this. So it's got like the sticky on both sides, and then like this part like lights up. And it goes directly into the wall, but it doesn't fit on like my outlet thing. Doesn't fit like this, like doesn't, it's too big for my outlet clip. I was actually about to say that if I find a clip of me standing up, that there's gonna be hell to pay, but then I was like, no, because that's just gonna encourage the smartasses to do it. Killed 60 flies in your garage with a salt gun? Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if it's caused by them. Like, I don't know if it's caused by them or if it's a direct result of them. But there are so many fucking flies in our backyard because of these fucking chickens. Like, the chicken coop is like just swarmed with flies. So, like, they're fucking everywhere, okay? Wait, where's the thing I need to go to? Oh, the Eagle Nebula? Chickens should be eating flies? Well, I don't know, but there's way more. What is your mom using for bedding? You're asking a lot of questions. Yeah, it's like sand and something else, I feel like. I don't know. I'll have to find out. But there's just like a shit ton of flies. They do eat them, like, for sure. But there's like more now. You think we had a last hatching of flies? There's also like the difference down south to up north in the amount of bugs is wild. Like, moving to Tennessee, I've never seen so many bugs in my life. Like, in Connecticut, like, we had bugs. For sure, we had bugs. But, okay, Badass Jack, for sure. Oh, I like red Kasumi. Memory foam or coil? My mom actually did just buy a new mattress. Sometimes I have the windows open and I have to get up and kill a mosquito every night. The Zevo one worked. Yeah, I'll have to look. But it's mostly, like, for those who don't know, I live in a converted, like, loft apartment in my mom's attic. So I've got like a living room and a kitchen and a bedroom, and then this is like my gaming room, stream room. And then right at the bottom of the stairs is my bathroom. So the only thing I don't have up here is a bathroom. So the back door to the entire house is like right at the bottom of the stairs. So it's like the back door like opens up, and it's like the stairway that goes like up to my attic, and then like the bathroom is like right next to that door. So it's like basically I can come through the front door and I can like walk through the house and like go up to the attic, whatever, or I can just like open the back door and go straight upstairs to like my attic. It is a pretty sweet setup. I do love it up here, which is one of the reasons why like I haven't put any effort into finding my own place, because I'm like, I essentially have my own place. It just happens to be inside my mom's home. So whatever. But because the back door is, you know, the backyard where the chickens, the rabbits, the dogs, like, that back door is opening and closing all the fucking time. So bugs will come in and just immediately go straight up the stairwell up here, and then they get trapped up here. So that's why I've got this fly that's been actually torturing me all day today. Because he's made his way up here and he can't get out. There's nowhere to go from up here. Yeah. It does not get cold enough. Exactly. All right, so I have some points to use. Let's do... Yeah, let's do that one. Jack's got so many. What is this though? Like, I like the outfit, but this like piece of like saran wrap over her head. No window. I do, but they have air conditioners in them right now. I have two windows. I have one window in this room, and I have one window in my bedroom, and they both have air conditioners in them right now. So, unfortunately, I need a fly racket. I know. Well, like I said, I have this one going. Like, you can see, like, you guys want to see how gross it is? Like, it works. It clearly works. Like, look at this. Hold on. Oh, there's like a couple that are still alive. It works. It works. It's just for some reason this one fucking fly is like, I'm not going in there. You can't trick me. I'm not going in there. Alright, so she's got 10 points. Shockwave. Let's go. Pull. Subject 0. Enhances Jack's weapon damage and health. Oh, okay. Do those. Do those. And then we've got 2 more points left. Guess we'll save them because we can't do anything with them. Squad member is not loyal. Bitch. Oh, I love this red. The red looks so good. Right, she only has 1 point. I can't do anything with her. Okay. How did I get a renegade? I haven't done any renegade stuff. How did I get renegade points? The fuck? I never pick renegade choices. I'm in a mother-in-law style house on a family farm myself. Converted this place into a full 30 by 45 with a 2-car garage. Let's go.
Dossier doesn't say if Okir is on this planet.
But yeah, that's why I'm like, I'm kind
of hostiles.
In no rush to move out of this place. Like, I give my mom money, so like I pay rent. I help pay the bills. You know, like, I know it's silly, but like the Netflix and the Hulu and the HBO Max, like those are all in my name. Like, I pay for all those, you know, like the internet, the fiber internet bill is in my name. Like, it's just, it's a synergetic relationship, and you know, we both get our privacy, which is nice. Renegading against who? The machine. Renegade against the machine. Pay for all that stuff too. Yeah, exactly. Symbiotic. There you go. There we go. Synergetic. Symbiotic. Yeah, it's fine. And the whole reason I even moved to Tennessee in the first place was because my parents got divorced and my mom was like really not doing well. Like, she was like super depressed, like in bad shape. So I moved out here to help her, you know, get a fresh start and start a new life. And then it's like, all right, bye. All right, bet. Well, I'll just stay here because it's nice. It worked out. And now I have an awesome job. I just got a raise. And like, I'm just like, I'm doing great. I'm doing better now.
Shit. I won't stop bleeding. I'm gonna, son of a bitch.
Doesn't look that bad, actually. He doesn't need to know that.
I knew it wasn't berserkers. Not at range. You're mercs or Alliance. I'm not telling you anything.
You're not in the best bargaining position. I'm looking for a Krogan named Okir.
Who?
Who?
You already know more than I do. I just kill Krogan. The old one in the lab dumps crazy ones down here all the time. Jador hired him to make her an army, but the Krogan he created are insane. So we use them for live ammo training. It's all crap. I don't get paid enough to goddamn bleed out.
Outpost 4, Jador wants us to move. We need coordinates on that Krogan pack.
Get rid of them.
I want your friends gone. Understand?
No problem. Oh no.
Troll,
problem solved.
The last group dispersed.
Oh, the Wi-Fi?
Lost sight 5 minutes ago.
Dispersed? Jador will be pissed. She wanted a show.
You asked for a report, you got it. Dispersed.
Understood. Returning to the labs.
Yeah, we have a mesh system too, Magruder.
I'm helping.
But we just got fiber, so we had to fiber the house and then use the mesh to get it into like the other places, like the garage, because we have security cameras over the entire house, motion cameras, security cameras. So we have like a Wi-Fi mesh in the garage for like those cameras out there, and My mom's chicken coop has Wi-Fi doors, so she can let the chickens out and put the chickens to bed from not home. Yeah, you're joking. I'm not joking. The chickens do have Wi-Fi.
Have you
The
seen
chickens, like, seriously,
about all
I should
this?
take a picture. The chickens have it nice.
But everyone sees what happens when the Krogan come
They
out.
have a little
I've shot
pool.
hundreds. They're
They have like a
crazy,
little
mindless.
swimming pool.
Anyone up there?
And they have a bunch of
they
stuff
know what's going
hanging
on.
from like the ceiling to like peck at and to pick at and stuff. And they have like all these stuff to like roost on because chickens like to like roost. So sometimes they just like to stand on top of shit. They just stand on top of shit. So there's like just like bars that just like go across the whole thing and they all just like line up. Why add? Because you're not subbed. Let's look at those Wi-Fi doors. Oh, okay, I'll wait. My sis kept chickens and they roost in trees. Yeah. It took me a little while to figure out how to get around the camera. You figured it out, huh? Yeah, well they're motion detectors, so you must be real sneaky. Or you're really slow. I'll wait for the ads. I'm not worried about it. That's fine. It's fine. I'm not worried about it. Wait, oh, I missed the question. In 1963, a dramatic event off the coast of Iceland gave birth to a new island courtesy of an underwater volcano. Can you name this young geological addition? Can anybody, did anybody know Surtsey Island? Surtsey Island is younger than my mother. An actual maybe fun fact for once. I know. I feel like I want to get rid of Frosty. Like, I want to get rid of that particular part of Frosty. Like, I want to turn off, like, the trivia part. But every once in a blue moon, they'll do a trivia one, and I'm like, oh, that's actually kind of interesting. Okay, are we back? Are we back from the ads? Are we back from the ads? It looks like we are. It looks like we are. Welcome back. Thank you for sitting through the ads. Okay, I appreciate you. But yes, Magruder, I can get the name from my mom, but yeah, it's a Wi-Fi coop door. That she has an app that she can literally open and close it, and it's on a timer as well. So I'll look it up. She bought it on she bought it on a website, not on like Amazon or something. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Just start streaming. No, because that would be like instant fucking partner. I like seriously, as soon as I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna do this and it's gonna be so silly, haha, and then it'll be successful, and then I will feel terrible about myself. Oh, I couldn't get over the 15 average viewer hump, but my fucking chickens could.
What is Jador planning to do with all these Krogan?
Replace us, probably.
The bunnies are really cute though.
Them coming at me.
They just like they literally sprawl out and like stretch as far as they can. It's very funny. Gotta make this Twitch thing work for you now. I know.
There are big guns to keep ships away.
That would probably happen. I know, and that's why I won't do it. I work so hard. Like, me as a person, I work so hard on my stream, and then like, oh, I just put wireless fucking chicken, chicken cam.
If you start
People
limping
love
now, you
cocks.
might find a
It's
shady
true.
spot before you bleed out.
Shit. Oh, shit. Oh.
Funny. I thought so. Come on. Our
Wait,
warlord
wait.
somewhere in
What is
Jador's
her?
lab.
What do her knuckles say? No. I want to see. What do her knuckles say? T-A. It's a backwards E. What do her knuckles say? E-A-T. I can't read them. Can somebody Google what Jack's knuckles, the tattoo on Jack's knuckles say? Dead meat. Amazing. That makes sense. That makes sense. But I don't know. I got guts. Give me the good one. There we go. Okay. They say you love cops. Guys. I know, like, I know you're also being serious, but, like, you know that's what's gonna happen, and you know it's just gonna make me very sad. Come on. Are you dead? I think you're dead. Dry your tears with handfuls of chicken money. Oh my gosh. And I could like set it up so it's like, you know, for so many bits or whatever, you can like make, oh my gosh, I bet you they have dispensers. I bet you they have little dispensers, and it could be like for 500 bits, you can like give them like a treat or whatever, and it'll like open a little dispenser and it'll like sprinkle out some little seeds or something for them to eat. No, I'm not brainstorming how to make this a thing. I'm not doing, no. I refuse. Count your eggs before they hatch, redemption. Chickens on stream result in beaks to the eye? Well, no, because I don't hang out with birds like some people do. Don't count your eggs. Is this Pinky going on and taking an egg then making an omelet?
Lights out.
Oh. Or like, it's just, the redemption is just called Togepi. And it's just, I'll just go get an egg and just crack it open and make something with it. Stealing my brand? I'm sorry, where's your chicken cam? Stealing your brand. Oh god, that's too funny. That's fucked up, but that's too funny. Undercover. I used to have a chicken on camera. Well, now you have a raccoon butt, so, you know, choices were made. She pecked you in the eye during DBD. She was probably helping you out. She was probably like, Mom, you should not be playing this. I can't even see what this achievement is because the thing I hate that the thing pops up over the other thing. Guess what? Chicken butt. Nailed it. If the chicken is willing to touch the butt, guess why? Chicken thigh. Chickens cry.
Different.
Those are my boobs. Those are my boobs.
Don't smell like this
sir,
world.
Sir, those are my boobs.
7 night cycles, and I have felt only the need to kill. But you... something makes me speak.
7 what? He's a week old? They must breed them full size, ready to kill.
Well, you callously eat their young in front of them.
If they need training.
Listen, they didn't cry when one of them got murdered in front of the other.
No, I kill because my blood and bone tell me to.
Actually, that's not true. They did cry. They were very sad.
I was flushed from Glass Mother. Survival is what I hear in my head. Against the enemy.
What if I don't do chicken cam? What if I do bunny cam? Because the bunnies are cuter.
That is what the voice in the water said. That is why I wait here.
Those are my boobs. Those are my boobs. Sir. Sir, those are my boobs. He was straight. Like, he was looking right there. Like, he was not even
to be part of a
trying.
mercenary army. Do you remember Jador?
He was not even
I
trying.
know that name. It causes anger, but also laughter. It is not a name that will be
How many
sung
cameras
when
ever
we
it
march.
takes?
I don't know what that means, but I have heard
I
it
wonder
many
if we could
times.
use our ring cameras. Like, is there a way to like use the footage from my ring camera on stream? Because we have ring cameras out there. There's my mother has a camera inside the actual coop, not like the fenced in, like the big coop. Like, she has a camera in like the little house that they sleep in coop. Yeah.
How can you speak if you're only a week old?
There was a scratching sound in my head, and it became the voice. It taught things I would need. Walking, talking, hitting, shooting. Then the voice said I was not perfect, and the teaching stopped. And now I am here.
Fail one test and you're done? What kind of teaching is that?
I don't know, but I am not perfect.
Okir's voice? Did he speak to you while you were in your tank?
I heard the voice, not like now, with ears. Inside. I called it Father. It like that, but it was disappointed. I'm not what it needs me to be.
This lab's full of Krogan. What if they're trying to cure the genophage?
Cure? Cure was never whispered. Survive, resist, ignore.
How did you disappoint the voice?
I don't know. It was decided before I left Tank Mother. I was not perfect.
Maybe spending his week-long childhood in a tank made him crazy, like that merc said.
I don't know of that, but I'm not perfect.
Interesting.
I destroyed Saren's cure.
I'd have to crowdfund that
How does
shit.
Okir expect these Krogan to ignore the genophage if not by curing it?
From what I can see,
Unless
Okir
you're
isn't
breeding
having
them
the
and
best
serving
luck
them
with his little
pasta. Oh my
experiment.
god. I found a collar that fits the stream theme. And a puppy to go with it. First of all, I want another puppy, but I can't. My mom has pretty much vetoed that.
I destroyed Saren's cure.
I think I just clicked on the
How
same
does
one.
Okir expect these Krogan to ignore the genophage?
From what I can
Yeah,
see,
okay.
Okir isn't having the best luck with his little experiment.
Can you show me the laboratory? I need to speak with Okir.
The Glass Mother. She is up, past the broken parts, behind many of you fleshy things. I will show you.
Rough stuff. I like it.
You fleshy
Yeah, I
things
see
are
the
slow
message.
when big
Unfortunately,
things
this
are in
game
your
doesn't let me
way.
click out of it. So I have to wait. Are you happy to be done with Resident Evil? I actually, now that they're done and now that they're over with, I did not mind them. They were not as scary as I thought. There was like one or two boss fights. I would say there was one boss fight in each game. Like, it was the father fight with the chainsaw in 7 that pissed me off so bad. And then it was the Heisenberg in 8 because I went into it with no health and it was just next to impossible to do. And that one pissed me off. But other than those like small instances in each game that really frustrated me, you minded 7. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That the fight with the dad, the chainsaw fight with the dad, the father or whatever. I got so angry. I got so angry because I tried it so many times and it felt like I was just not making any progress. But yeah, I hated Grandma too because Grandma was terrifying. Grandma popping up. Yeah. But like as a whole, now that they're done and over with, like I didn't mind them. I may have even possibly downloaded 2 and 3 on Game Pass because spooky season is coming up. Oh, we're not supposed to say that anymore. Scary season is coming up. I didn't mind them. Not one. I can't, there's not like a remaster of one that's on PC that I say. No, apparently we can't say that anymore. Apparently it has racial connotations. So, I'm not trying to get canceled. What's your next scary game? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, I want something that can be finished in like 1 stream, maybe 2 streams. Like, I don't want to have to like focus on it for a long time. I'm not sure. Maybe Resident Evil 2, maybe Resident Evil 3. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm looking. I have a couple more. I have like a week and a half left to figure it out. But yeah. Yeah. Okay. You're going back. I don't know, Dave. I have not decided. I don't love scary games, but I know people love watching them. And I know that it is going to be Halloween season. It is going to be spooky season with a P. And then, oh, I know. I am not playing Mortuary Assistant. If anyone says Mortuary Assistant, I'm gonna punch you. Red Dead Redemption DLC. I don't have the first one.
You could have run or tried to fight your way back to the labs. Why stay
Papers,
here?
please.
I am waiting. The voice told me if they come,
Is it really scary?
I fight, but I will not run.
Here's... Oh, yeah, that's the one that's in like the boat, right?
I have purpose. I must wait until called, released.
Okay, so I do have a couple options like that I already own, but I don't think that they'll be short games. Like, okay, so I do own the third of the Dark Pictures, because you know, I played them with you know who. I played the first 2 with you know who. I do have the third one, which I could play. I do have Alien Isolation, which is long. It's like 20 hours. So that, I'm not entirely sure. I do have Little Nightmares 2, which I played the first one, but I've never played the second one. Red Dead isn't on Steam. No, because Rockstar has their own stupid launcher. Yeah, you have to get it through Rockstar. It's stupid. That's how I have Red Dead 2 on Rockstar. Yeah. So I have some options. I do have some options. I don't know. Maybe Miss Yaga would be willing to get House of Ash, and we could play that one together. Maybe. But oh, no, that's right. She hates me. I forgot. I forgot. She's so full of hatred. Alien versus Pinxelnator. I really, like, I watched someone play Alien Isolation like a couple weeks ago, and I think it looks like it could be so fun, but in such a fucking terrifying way. Keep it up. It's like, keep it up and I will fucking hate you. Oh, okay, well, oh, maybe I got stuck on that. I was like, I was moving. Bully the... Okay. To be fair, I have been saying this since prior to that. Just saying. Okay, why every time do I try to move from side to side? Can you not move from side to... You can move from side to side while you're shooting. But no. Five Nights at Freddy's, I would actually pee my pants. Rockstar just broke GTA 5 for anyone that plays Sense today. They added anti-cheat, it doesn't work. Wow. Yaga, after stream, can you help me? We don't even have to play. I just want to check something. Fucking multiplayer in Baldur's Gate, like, is being weird. And I don't know if it's just my friend who I am playing with, or if it's actually, like, broken. Because, like, we can't join each other without using, like, the direct code.
Going silent.
Oh my god. What about DBD? Oh, Plague DBD? No. No, I have no interest in DBD. I used to like watching it, but then it just got like, I don't know. I feel like even as a viewer, it just got so convoluted. And there's all these rules. You can't do this, you can't do that. And like, and it's not even like rules like in the game. It's literally like rules of like the community. Like, so I'm just, I don't even know. Texas Chainsaw. What? Okay, so I know that's a game, but I don't even know, like, what is the point of that? Oh, isn't that a DVD clone, kind of? Is that the one that's like a DVD clone? I don't know. I've got some options, though. I've got some options. But yeah, I would like to be able to do it in, like, a stream or two, you know? Yeah! Like, if you play as a certain character, they'll just, like, kick you off the team and stuff? Yeah. Yeah. And you're supposed to know, like, oh, so, okay, so let's just say, for example, I play as Killer, and I've got somebody cornered in like, in a good spot where, like, I can kill them. Like, somebody be like, oh, you tunneled them. You can't do that. And it's like, no, they backed themselves into a corner and they deserve to die. What the fuck? You couldn't believe your baby eyes! Maybe the animators of Futurama watch my stream. The negotiations in DVD are the most compelling parts. I don't know. I genuinely, honestly, used to enjoy watching. Like, I never played DVD, but I used to watch a lot of streamers play it because I thought that it seemed like a cool game. And then it just got so hard to follow, and then they just like would add new characters.
Oh, hi. Thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage.
Hi, Paul. How are ya? Good to see ya. Welcome in. This one? We have to do it. Yaga and I have to make a we have to make a sound command that's that song, but it's, oh hi, thanks for checking in, I'm still autistic. Okay. Oh hi, thanks for checking in. Does anyone else do that? Try to tear... I only have the game to redeem blood points. Sounds so funny. Hey, can I have
useful?
A snipper? Snipper! A snipper rifle. Okay. We go here then? Can you open? Thank you.
They've seen us.
Shoot these. They've seen us. He's facing the complete opposite direction. Hey, 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 hey. Stop that.
Watch the landing. Nice.
Stop it. Stop it. Red Dead isn't even on Rockstar's launcher? I know what you need to play. Silence Breath? What's that? Undead Nightmare is gonna be on PS4. I do feel like I've seen. Check like not like hashtag sponsored, but like check CD Keys because I feel like I saw at least Undead on CD Keys at some point. I mean, I really don't want to have to do it because like I don't want to have to set it up, but I do have an Xbox 360 and a PS4. Like I do still have them. They are still technically usable options, but I really don't want to. It's like photorealistic. I don't think I've even heard of that. I can't even move right now. This is ridiculous. If I stand up, I'm gonna get shot. Oh, she's down, that's why. Oopsies. Wait for it to recharge. There we go. Powers cannot be used during cooldown. Okay.
Going dark.
If you have PS4 and PSN, you can do remote play. As long as the PS4 is set up and like in rest mode. You have to use your PS4 controller though? Interesting. That's good to know.
Concentrate on the Krogan charge or we're all dead. Who was a genius who gave them
I feel like I did that at one point for something. I don't remember what game, but I feel like I did do that at some point. Silence Breath. Yeah, no, I've never heard of that, Magruder. That sounds, I mean, I do like to, oh shoot, okay. Okay. I do like to support indies, but I don't usually end up liking them as, oh shit, I forgot I have to do it this way. That one. Come on. It's not here yet. I'm gonna run out of time. It's not here yet, and I'm gonna run out of time. There it is, right here. Come on. Bro, I can't stand... They don't give you the thing. They don't give you the code. And you run out of time. You'll probably poop yourself. Oof. Yeah, see, I don't want to be terrified. Like, oh, like a little oh, this is creepy. Like, that's fine. But, like, I don't want to be actually, like, terrified. Why is it so hard to get one, I wonder? Can you... Yeah, that's what Yaga's looking at. Apparently not. You're just terrified of the third person. Yeah, I feel like if, like, whenever I find people who play Fallout and they play it in third person, I'm always like, who hurt you? What's wrong with you? Like, when I was really active on 76 back in the day, there was one girl in our, like, friend group who used to play in third person, and we would always be like, what? It's never been on PC? I feel like I've seen it, though. I mean, obviously, I could clearly be misremembering, but I really feel like I saw it at some point.
Taking fire.
Bramble. Oh yeah, I watched you play that. This guy's glitched in the box. Was that just Jack? Did Jack just like throw this this wall of grenades? True confession, I like to walk around the world in third person and then switch views. Third person is like left-handed people. Shouldn't exist. Execute them. Imagine if like, oh wait, what's that? Hold on. No, before I talk shit, was that actually a thing? Like back in like Salem days? Like didn't they think that people who were left-handed were like the devil or some shit? I feel like that would be the thing because people just, anything that's different is evil, guys. Anything different is just evil, don't you know? Different is evil. Oh, nowhere. I really feel like I saw. I really feel like I saw it at some point, but I obviously I didn't. To the gas chambers. If you use third person, as I'm playing a third person game, I swear, the fact that she gets out of cover is so like. I don't understand it. Okay, whatever. I don't understand it. I could play a Doom game. I think there's a bunch of them on Xbox. On Gizzle Game Pass. Game Pass. Game Pass. Game Pass. Wish I had a flashlight. BioShock 2. Oh no, I've never heard of that game before. I don't know. I've never heard of that before. What is that game? That's a little extreme. No. They deserve it. You vote Doom too? Doom. I didn't. Okay, well, I didn't touch it, but sure. I feel like the hacking thing really hates me sometimes. One where you can't hold your weapon in the light at the same time. I can't shoot. I can't shoot. There we go. Come on. Come on.
Nothing can stop me.
What is that? Yo, Jack is insane. I can't wait for you to meet Space Mummy. I've never played Mass Effect or Halo. Well, I've played Halo, but this is my first time playing Mass Effect, so there's always time. I know, and it's badass. I love it. I also like that you don't have to... Oh my god, get back under cover. I also like that you don't have to tell them what to do this time. Reloading. Come here. Got him. I can't. I would like to read what my achievements are for, but the EA stupid launcher puts its achievements on top of the Steam achievements. I know, but there's other ones that I couldn't read either. Weren't you just playing Halo? I haven't played Halo on stream for a little bit, but I have played Halo on stream, yeah. It's probably been like a year and a half, I think. I was playing Halo 2 Legendary with you know who. like these little homing missiles here. Come on.
Going dark.
She just punches people. It's great. I don't know who. I used to stream with someone. He's no longer around. Just Voldemort, I guess. Just Voldemort. He who shall not be named. Yeah, exactly. Voldemort. Yeah, so it's been probably like, yeah, a year and a half or so since I played Halo on stream. I would like to play them again. They're a fun like binge game. Like, oh, play the first Halo in one sitting, play the second Halo in one sitting. You ho. You ho.
Shepard, don't shoot. You know me.
Do I? Do I know you? I don't know anybody. I don't know anybody. Oh my god, let's see how quickly I fucking fail this one because the game is being a poopy head. One. Oh, this one. This one. Wait. Yeah, yeah.
I shut down the security cams as soon as I saw it was you. Never thought I'd say it, but I'm glad it's you shooting up the place. Sorry, ran a Thanoptis. You let me go when you destroyed Saren's lab on Vermeer. Had to outrun a nuke in a utility pod, but it's still a second chance.
Hilarious. Doesn't ring a bell?
I don't remember that. Probably best if you were in Saren's lab.
Yeah, I'm not proud of what went on there.
Wow.
But I'm using what we learned for the greater good. Not for the mercs. Jador's on a standard power trip. But Okir is trying to do something good, even if his methods are a little extreme.
She didn't say I can tell.
Everyone deserves a second chance, right? And sometimes giving one pays off. I take care of my debts.
What is Okir trying to do here?
It's complicated.
How are these
Jador
things
wants
stuck
a
on
private
Jack's
army,
head?
but Okir
They're just
mostly
like
ignores it.
magnetic or
He's
what?
running the project for his own reasons. I created a mental imprint routine to educate his tank bred. Most don't get through it. He dumps them for some reason. He wants to help his people, but he's not looking for a genophage cure, and he's not going for numbers. That's all I know.
Okay. That's all I can say, I
Finding you
guess.
in a place like this makes me think letting you go was a mistake. You don't want that.
We agree on that. Don't worry. I plan on staying as far away
The
from
boy
anything to
who
do with you
lived.
as possible.
Come
Now, if you
die.
don't mind, I'm gonna run like hell before you blow the place or something. I know how you work.
Us
She
walking
seemed nice
not even
in that
briskly.
mad scientist ethics for sale kind of way.
What are, Jack's tattoos are so dope. Like, what is this, like, cross? Hey, come here. I'm looking at your tit. No, come here. I want to look at your tit. I like her cross that's on her chest. I like it. No, stop. Stop. I'm literally just trying to look at your ink. Whatever. I know. It's cool. I like it. And like, it's got like wings around it, I think. Or, oh, they're hands. They're skeleton hands. I think. Stop. I'm just trying to look. Yeah, I like it. I like it. It's cool. I feel like I want to get a chest tattoo, but I don't know what to put there.
Here you are. I've watched your progress.
I'm gonna loot real quick. Hold on a second, sir. Oh, there's nothing to loot. Oh, yes, there is. Oh my god, it's doing the thing again. Oh my god, it's doing the thing. I hate that. That's like the third time that has happened where it just
This
like
should come in
wouldn't.
handy.
Acknowledge the click or something. I don't know.
It's about time. The batteries on these tanks will not wait while you play with these idiotic mercs.
Okir?
I take it you're Okir. You don't seem particularly caged or grateful that I'm here.
You may claim to be here to help, but the formerly deceased shepherd is not a sign of gentle change. Surprised? Old Krogan should know you. I'm sure Rana has already revisited your actions on Vermeer.
You probably will too.
I'm sure you're eager to retell the story.
Such a
You sent her titties for later?
Siren,
Wow.
the Spectre traitor threatens the return of the Krogan horde by curing the genophage, undoing the gentle genocide of the Turians and Solarians. But before Saren can deliver his endless troops, in rides Shepard, securing victory through nuclear fire. I like that part. It has weight.
I didn't have a lot of room for finesse. If there'd been any other solution, I'd have considered it.
But I approve. Saren's pale horde were not true Krogan. Numbers alone are nothing. The mistake of an
Wait,
outsider.
they weren't
One
even
that these
true
mercenaries have
Krogans?
also
And
made.
Ashley killed Rex for nothing?
I gave their leader my rejects for her army, but she grows impatient. It's time for you to take me out of here.
Yeah, don't care. We're here about collectors.
I see. Yes.
Yeah,
Collector
Shepard's
attacks
all
have
about finesse.
increased.
Uh-huh.
A human concern. My requests were focused elsewhere.
Very demure, very cutesy.
I acquired the
They have a
knowledge to
first-person
create
mod for
one
this game?
pure soldier. With that, I will inflict upon
Right,
the
Ashley killed
genophage
Rex
the
because she hates
greatest
aliens.
insult an
Yes.
enemy can suffer.
But the only reason that Rex
be
was
ignored.
upset with me was because we were going to kill Saren and his followers who were Krogans. And he's like, you can't kill Krogans. And I was like, but...
Your search for the perfect soldier created a lot of failures. You don't care about them?
I failed no one. My rejects are exactly what Jador asked for. She simply lacks the
Burn that
ability to
motherfucker
command.
down.
They are strong, healthy, and useless to me. I need perfection. If a few thousand are rejected, so be it. My work will purify the Krogan. We will not be restored. We will be renewed.
He was mad because Saren was making a cure and you wanted to destroy it, which is reasonable of him. Oh, no, I did not disagree with him at all. It was just more like we need to come to some sort of agreement where we can both like figure out what's the right answer. Is basically where I was hoping to go with it, was to reason with him and find some sort of middle ground where like we could understand each other. And Ashley was like, pop 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 pop. A space excuse. Exactly, Dave, you get it. A space excuse. Exactly. Come on, Pookie, let's burn it down. You bought this for PC so you can play it modded? My one thing... Listen, I know that I make a joke about being anti-mods a lot. I'm anti-gameplay mods. I don't like mods that change the gameplay in any way. I feel like you should play the game for how it was presented and how the devs wanted it to be made at least once before you start modding the shit out of it. So I will not mod my game in any way, shape, or form until the first time I played it. Unless it's literally just like a physical mod. Like I did mod The Witcher 3, but all I did was I made Henry Cavill Geralt. You know, like I didn't change the story. I didn't change any gameplay whatsoever. So like visual mods, gameplay mods, I won't touch them until I've played the game at least, like, the way that I feel that it's supposed to be, at least once.
So you don't want to cure the genophage?
Contrary to
Yeah, no, you're fine, you're fine. I'm almost to the point...
does not produce strong Krogan. The only quality
I'm almost to the point where I might mod Baldur's Gate 3.
For every 1,000
700 hours later, I might mod it.
many weaklings live. Every survivor is branded as precious. That's produced more cuddling than your collective human teats. I say, let us carry the genophage. Let 1,000 die in a clutch. We will defeat it by climbing atop our dead. That is the Krogan way.
I'm a little confused what
I thought the Krogan ideal was a return
to
to
do
the
with
numbers
this
that
guy
threatened
here.
the galaxy.
We will not need numbers. My soldier is a template. It is a greater threat than all the phantom siblings that would have been at its flank. The galaxy still bears the scars of the Horde, but it will learn to fear the lands.
What did you get from the collectors? I need whatever you know about them.
They are strange, so isolated, yet very available when your sacrifice is big enough. I gave them mini Krogan. I may have information for you, but the tech was consumed in my prototype, after I determined how to use it without killing the subjects. The deaths were unfortunate, but I only need one success to start the process.
So... Okay, so normally the way that the dialogues are set up is usually the bottom one is like the mean one, the middle one is neutral, and the top one is the nice one. But I feel like I don't like this guy.
You're just as cruel and manipulative as those who released the genophage on your people.
Perhaps, but I will restore the Krogan, and my soldier will not provoke a nuclear response as a cure or Horde would. My legacy is perfection, with each pure Krogan reaching higher by standing on our dead. They will exceed, but not forget.
Neutral's your best bet. Yeah, I know, but I usually go good just because, like, that's just... This is the first one that I'm kind of like, I don't really know how I want to proceed with this. I have. I did all these 3 already. Yeah. I'm like, I don't like him. I don't really. Maybe I'm spacist against Krogan. He's mentioned standing on dead people twice. Yeah.
If your pet soldier is as strong as you think, maybe I can use him.
Perhaps I can strike a deal to secure passage, but my prototype is not negotiable. It is the key to my legacy.
Attention, I have traced the Krogan release. Okeer, of course. I'm calling blank slate on this project. Gas these commandos and start over from Okeer's data. Flush the tanks.
Yeah, I didn't dislike Rex. I just didn't have... Yeah, exactly. I just didn't have the Riz. I didn't have the necessary Riz.
She's that weak-willed. She'll kill my legacy with a damn valve. Shepard, you want information on the collectors? Stop her. She'll try to access contaminants in the storage bay.
now you know something? Don't jerk me around, Okir.
I will give you everything I can. My legacy
I think you went
must
neutral.
not suffer
Yeah.
this insult. Jador will be with the rejected tanks.
But also, the one thing that Fallout does this too.
And do what must be done.
So, and Baldur's Gate did this sometimes too, where you would like, okay, so it would be like, the options would be like, I like blue, I like green, or like, I hate red. Like, okay, so it'll be like the things will be very, very one way. And then you'll click on the dialogue, and so like, let's be like I like green. So like, I like blue, I like green, I hate red, are like the options, right? So like, you can click on like, I like green, and your character will be like, blue's the worst thing that's ever happened to anybody ever, and anyone who likes blue should die. And you're like, whoa, I literally just said I liked green. So it's like, sometimes you say, like, the dialogue choice is so far off from what the character actually says that sometimes the choices will be like, this kind of doesn't really fit like how I'm feeling in this situation. And then the character will actually say something and you're like, what? That's not at all what the things were. What? Yeah, I don't think I learned, I don't think I had that it was like an actual order to things. Like, I don't think I had figured that out quite yet. Like, I thought it was very Fallout based, where it was like you could just pick whatever and it would just, like, you know, they do be putting in their own touch sometimes. It's true. It's true. But it's like, you'll be like, oh, I like green, and they'll be like, I hate blue, and everyone who likes blue should die. And you're like, that is not what I like green means.
Shut that bitch up now.
What? The door just closed. Come here, Jadori.
Now you see me.
Jadori the Explorer. No! Bitch. Oh my god. I thought that was the one who was helping us. Oh my god, that's fucking funny. Very funny. Very funny. Oh my god, I'm out again. Well, I can't do shit with this little pea shooter here. Talk wild off a dialogue prompt. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I'm so dead, I'm so dead, I'm so dead, I'm so dead. I'm not dead. Okay. Alright, Jadori. This seems completely fucking ridiculous right now. I'm just saying. Oh my god, stop blowing me out of my cover. Whoosh. Whoosh. I'm dead. But your character is your character, and a lot of their thoughts are batshit. Yeah, like I said, I saw Broseph play it, and it looked really fun. Okay, is there... Yeah. Alright, well, I was hoping that there would be a armory thing nearby, but doesn't look like it.
Can we shut that
Can I
bitch
get
up
this
now?
one? Nope, I'm full. Okay. Alright, where's she? Maybe being a little bit further over might help. I don't know where she is. Oh, she's over here. She's behind this. I can't see her. Alright, let's use the pea shooter for this thing. Ooh! Spicy. Oh, I can't do anything with this ribbit here.
Cloaking.
I don't think that's gonna do anything. Yep. Do I have anything in the big gun? Oh, I have 4. Oh, I love this. Oh, up there. Get over here. Yeah, Jack. Yeah, Jack. Alright. Alright. There's ammo right there, but I don't know what it's for. Ooh. Whatever it is, I picked it up. Where's this bitch? Where this bitch? There she is. Bish. Oh, I thought I could blow up that thing that was behind her. Alright, bitch. Alright, bitch. Alright, I need to go back to... Oh, sure, I'll use this one.
What's the old guy done back in his lab?
That's one shatter!
With the system's failure. The remaining lab systems are undetected, and I have gained limited access. According to lab scanners, the room is flooded with toxins, and Okira's personal life signs are failing rapidly. I recommend haste.
Oh, that was very funny. I was just like, I'm tired of this. Let me shoot her with the big one. Very funny. Very funny indeed. Okay, now where do I go? This way. No, not this way. I was gonna say it has its perks and the leveling up system is crucial and fun. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. I feel like I saw it very, very, very cheap recently too. Over here, maybe. Wait, didn't I come from this way?
Contamination detected. Emergency vent in progress.
Wait, didn't I?
Detected. Emergency vent in progress.
Didn't I come from this way? Did he just...
My legacy is pure. This one soldier, this grunt, perfect.
I think he played us, like...
You gave me time, Shepard.
He's on the screen.
After all he's done, he was willing to die to save
Oh,
this
he
thing?
died.
Must be valuable.
No, he
Crack it open.
died.
Let's see what a pure Krogan's got.
He died.
A pure Krogan could pack a hell of a punch. We can always use another heavy hitter.
Yeah, a heavy hitter, not a raging monster. But you're the boss.
Normandy, Okira's a no-go, but we have a package that needs retrieval. And he's a big
Is this
one.
Rex 2.0? Oh, his name is Grunt? Grunt!
Bringing the Krogan for study makes sense, but I have concerns about waking it.
Yeah, you've said
Oh,
that
shut
a
up,
few
Kanye.
times now.
A normal Krogan is dangerous. This one was created and likely educated by a madman.
Miranda, you
everyone's
don't
enjoying
matter
the
to
new
me anymore.
paperweight.
concerns?
You don't matter
We don't
anymore.
know anything about it,
Sorry, I was trying to flick my bangs out of the way, but they were under my under my ears.
I know. You don't find that
Hypocrite.
interesting? Krogan
Kanye,
fight well at close
stop
quarters.
speaking.
Perhaps awakening him in a confined space wouldn't be prudent.
Noted. The cargo hold is safe enough while I decide.
Oh, I get
what
to
do
keep
with
that
them.
dress? I haven't changed out of that party dress yet. That's not my normal dress. This is the party dress. Oh, I get to keep the party dress? That's kind of cool. The party dress is way better. And look, it doesn't have a weird zipper. But it has, like, butt imprints. So, like, you can see cheekage. Which is kind of strange. Yeah, like, look, like, you can, like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, look, see, it's got, like, a bump where, like, the butt crack is, you see? Like, you can mostly see it when I'm walking. Like, they made the seam go inwards. It's not really an indent, though. It's just kind of like a seam that's, like, fitted to the butt. Which Major League Baseball team has been famously cursed not winning a World Series since they traded away the legendary Babe Ruth? The Boston Red Sox. Yeah. Period referred to as the curse of the Bambino. Babe Ruth. How do we feel about Kanye as a group here? Because I have no interest in Kanye as a character, and I don't feel like I need to talk about him. He's okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really find any kind of, like...
So, Hadley, how are you gonna spend your
Where am I
next
going?
furlough?
Who am I talking to? I guess I need to talk to everybody other than Kanye. Just not super invested. It's not even that I'm not invested. I just, like... I actually kind of don't care. Zaid. Who is Zaid? Who is Zaid? Who the fuck is Zaid? He's the merc? Zane? The man I've been calling Zane the entire time? No, his name is Zane.
Thinking about past missions. Got a minute? You might learn something.
His name is Zane.
Beauty, isn't it? Pried that off the Krogan warlord, Kazak.
I don't care. Okay, so we don't care about Kanye and we don't care about Zane. His loyalty missions. Oh, I can't even do anything. He just talks. It doesn't even like pull me into conversation, so I can't do anything with him. They hint at like a troubled background for him, but it doesn't go anywhere if I remember correctly. Are you talking about Zayn or are you talking about Kanye? What? These are... Oh, I was like, why can't I go down these stairs? Kanye. Okay. Thank you for using the right name, Wolfie. I appreciate you. Your wife. My wife.
Hey,
Tell me about you, Jack.
I'm still finding out about me. Thanks for letting me look at these files.
If they're helping you, that's good enough for me.
Don't be my buddy. You need me to kill for you. I need you for these files. Let's leave it there.
Oh, we're
Your
getting
friends
married.
Cerberus are into
You just
some
don't know it
nasty
yet.
Things. I'm gonna find something I can use. I just know it.
What if the answers aren't what you expect?
I'm not looking for answers. I'm looking for names, dates, places.
What happens when you find what you're looking for?
I go hunting. Anyone who's screwed with me pays. Their associates pay. Their friends pay. The galaxy's gonna be a lot emptier when I'm done.
What's your history with Cerberus?
They raised me in a research facility. I escaped when I was a kid. Been on the run ever since. And they've been chasing me ever since. But soon, I'm gonna chase them.
I like the little dots of her lights against the red. I don't like the visor. Yeah, but I like the jacket better than the nipple straps.
You don't have to live in this pit, you know.
It's dark, quiet, and hard to find. That spells safety to me.
She's got... I like her.
You know, this ship is a powerhouse. You could go pirate. Live like a queen. I could help.
Oh, really?
You'd be my first mate.
I'd lead the boarding party and handle the executions.
Goodbye.
What is it about killing that fascinates you so much?
I figure every time someone dies and it's not me, my chances of survival go up. Simple.
I should go.
You're telling me after this you don't want a mod so you can be Lady Chef and Romance Jack? No, that's not the way that the game is supposed to be. If the devs who made this want to be homophobic, then they shouldn't be, but you know. The best is yeah, it is a matter of opinion. Oh my god, the fly's back. Who's this? That's my elevator. Okay. How you doing, Enforcer? Welcome back. Good to see ya. These are the engineers. Oh wait, isn't... No, she's not here. I was gonna say, isn't Tali here, but she's not here. Alright, who am I missing? On this level. No, it says who's here? Oh no, it just says Jack and Zaid are here. Okay. Okay, so level 3 is Miranda, Garrison, Kasumi. Okay. Oh my god, the fly is back! It left for a while, but now it's back.
Another colony's gone missing.
Alright, this is nothing. And I just hit the mic. I'm sorry if that came through.
That's not far from New Canton. Did your family get back to Earth?
Not yet. My mother
That's the bathroom?
grief. Operative Lawson assures me the transport team will physically drag them away if need be.
Kasumi!
People are talking out there, and I hear it all.
I can't talk to Kasumi about anything?
I really appreciate your help with the Hawkeyes.
Oh, come on. We just had such an emotional fucking
but it doesn't make it any easier.
quest, and you're not even gonna talk to me?
I travel hidden away in cargo bays.
Oh.
It's nice to be able to look out a window for a change.
What was that pour? I was like, ah. I feel like I'm losing my mind right now with this fly. Windows in space! In space! Well, look, I can look. Oh. Oh. Ooh, Kasumi. That's private. She's in deep concentration.
That painting has a special place in my heart. An art collector hired me to steal it.
Oh, a rose.
When I got there, the painting was gone. On the way out, I saw it being hauled off by another thief. I chased him down, tackled him, and took the painting. That's how KG and I met.
Aww.
We never did turn it into our employers. The red rose. That used to be my calling card when I first started out. In place of whatever I took, I left a single red rose. It wasn't until I met KG that I realized how silly it was. He had a way of making you realize when you were just being sentimental.
Oh, that's kind of fucked up, especially after, like, we had to choose to destroy the gray box or not because of her memories.
I stole that on a dare, believe it or not. There was a big museum show coming to
She was Tuxedo Mask. I kind of love her. Especially because I just did her quest.
So I broke in, hacked the security, put a few guards to sleep, and replaced the piece with a worthless duplicate. They never knew the difference. My first museum job. Nowhere near the last. That's my favorite piece. Painted for me by a child prodigy from Elysium. She was the cutest.
That is kind of cool.
She was kidnapped by slavers who hoped to sell her on Omega. I wasn't about to let that happen. I set up
Got
an
to the
idea
bottom
as a
floor.
buyer's
Okay.
rep to get a special tour of the slaver's vessel. Once aboard, I freed the girl and smuggled her off the ship. She painted that for me on the way home.
Fly.
I'll never forget how it felt to
Just
watch
go
her
hang
work.
out over there by the lights. Like, stop flying in front of me.
Don't laugh. I like those books.
I
Romance
never-
novels,
I did
crime
not.
novels, the classics. There's something about the feel of actual paper in your hands. Their musty smell. It's relaxing. Keiji used to find books for me while on the job. Some of these are more valuable than the objects he was hired to steal.
She's like, she's adorable, but also I feel like she'll never get over this guy, which I get, but Spache books, exactly. All right, Miranda is here as well. She has her own bar, I know. That could be bad or that could be fine. All right, Miranda. Hello.
Commander, what can I do for
How
you?
come you have a cutscene?
Do you have a minute, Miranda?
There's a lot to do, Shepard. Maybe another time.
Do you have a minute, Miranda?
Excuse me?
There's a lot to do, Shepard. Maybe another time.
Excuse me?
Have you got any ideas for potential upgrades we
Excuse
could make?
me?
A few ideas, yeah. Here, take a look.
Thanks. Okay, ship enhancements. Advanced mineral scanner? Let's go. Wait, I have to go. I have to. Blah, blah, blah.
What can I
Every
do for you?
time? Oh, I can only do one? Oh. What do you do
What
here?
exactly are your duties aside from keeping an eye on me?
I'm the elusive man's agent. You're his most important asset. My job is to make sure you succeed. Aside from that, I send regular reports to the elusive man, updating our status.
Can we talk?
Do you have a minute, Miranda?
There's a lot to do, Shepard.
God damn it. Okay,
Maybe
fine.
another time.
I'll let you work.
I know.
Of
How come
course,
I can only get one upgrade? I have so much money. Lie? Watch me like absolutely lose my shit and hit this fly and I like knock over my entire desk and like break my entire PC because this fly just aggravates me so bad.
We might just pull this mission.
Dr. Chakwas?
How may I help you, Commander?
Oh yeah, I
have
got
a
your
present
brandy.
for you, Doc.
Sarah's ice brandy? You didn't.
Let's go.
Thank you. I always regretted not opening that original bottle when I still could. I won't make the same mistake again. Why don't we open this bottle right
Are
here?
you hitting on me, Dr.
Right now.
Chakwas?
You and me.
You crack open the bottle. I'll get the glasses.
My monitors.
I thought
It was
Alenka's
only one
biopic
monitor, first of
display
all,
might
but
have
yes,
broken
we might.
Jenkins' back, but Jenkins
We might.
pops up and yells, "That was awesome!" Oh, Jenkins. Soldiers like him make the Alliance great.
Her voice is familiar.
Cerberus lacks the same enthusiasm.
With your service record, you could have gotten a tour of duty on any Alliance ship. Why'd you really leave?
Maybe it's less about leaving and more about staying. As a military doctor, I mostly...
Isn't Jenkins long dead at this point? I think they're just reminiscing.
Often they die. And if I can help them, they move on. Either way, they leave.
Don't you have any friends or family?
No, not lacking friendship. Just stability. Joko will always have Vrolik.
Jeff?
He would never admit it, but he needs my help, and he always will. I wish it were.
Joker's name is Jeff. My name Jeff. My name Jeff.
To the ornery bastard who flies this ship.
The best fighter jockey to ever take to the skies.
Am I drunk? Am I drunk? Oh no. Oh no, I'm drunk. Hi, Ikabar. How are you? Mass Effect 2 is very, very, very fun. I am enjoying the second one way more than the first one. Shepard has an ugly knee. Listen, she can't be perfect all the time. Or ever, apparently. Who did I miss? Garrus? Garrus is here? Where the hell is Garrus then? Oh, in here maybe? Garrus is everyone loves Garrus, and I just can't get down with it.
Shepard, need me for something?
Yeah, let's chat.
Have you got a minute?
Can it wait for a bit? I'm in the middle of some calibration.
Nobody wants to talk to me. Oh, I can upgrade.
Got
Let's
any
go.
upgrade ideas for the Normandy's weapon systems?
A few, yeah. Here, take a look.
Okay. Let's go back here. Med bay upgrade. Ooh, yay, I can heal my scars. Let's go. Okay, are they gone? Oh, you lying bitch. Facial reconstruction now available in the med bay. Okay, let's go. What letter wear the dress? I know, it's because I kick so much ass all the time. Exactly. Exactly. Heal scars. Fly? Oh my god, I'm so pretty again. Okay, so we got Garrus, got Miranda. Who else did I say was here? Assuming we did. Okay. So cargo hold. She said the cargo hold has man. All the way to the right. All right. No, this is man. This is man. And this is Jack, right? Other side. So the left. It was your right. Oh. No, I was just doing something. Is there anything else in here? Oh, okay. Hello.
The subject is stable, Shepard. Integration with onboard systems was seamless.
Is he aware?
Can he see anything in there? Does he know where he is?
Unlikely. Current neural patterns indicate minimal cognition. Barring ship-wide power loss, the nutrients in the tank could sustain him for over a year.
Any idea how dangerous this guy is?
He is a Krogan, Shepard. If you were asking whether he is actively hostile, I don't have the necessary data to answer. Okir's technology could impart data, not methods of thinking. The subject may know of his views, but would not necessarily share them.
What can you tell me about this guy? Anything unusual?
The subject is an exceptional example of the Krogan species, with fully formed primary, secondary, and tertiary organs where applicable. No defects of any kind.
What's a tertiary organ?
Of the genophage present in all Krogan. I cannot judge mental functioning.
Stand by. I'm gonna open the tank and let him out.
Cerberus protocol is very clear regarding untested alien technology.
The third. I meant, is it his penis? Service protocol is very clear regarding untested. Okay. He's too valuable to leave.
He's either a powerful addition to the crew or a time bomb. I'd rather deal with it now.
Very well, Shepard. The controls are online. The switch and consequences are yours.
All right, Eddie. Listen, you don't need to be a little hoe, okay? Chill. Who decided to give my ship's AI an attitude? Instead of artificial intelligence, it's attitude intelligence. And then he kills everybody on the ship. Flies right here. Can I get it? Can I get it? Or will it go away? It'll probably go away.
Human, female. Before you die, I need a name.
You'll get more than that, mod.
I'm Commander Shepard, and I don't take threats lightly. I suggest you relax.
Not your name. Mine. I'm trained.
Oh.
I know things. But the tank, Okir couldn't implant connection. His words are hollow. Warlord, legacy, Grunt. Grunt was among the last. It has no meaning. It'll do. I am Grunt. If you are worthy of your command, prove your strength and try to destroy me.
Why?
You wouldn't prefer Okir or Legacy?
Check out Sky to the Galaxy. All the doors and robots have genuine people personality.
The other words are big things I don't feel.
I hate that.
Maybe they fit your mouth better. I feel nothing for Okir's clan or his enemies. I'll do what I'm bred to do. Fight and determine the strongest. But his imprint has failed. Without a reason that's mine, one fight is as good as any other. Might as well start with
Ray.
you.
Okay. Sure, you feel nothing for Okir?
Is it that easy for Okir's perfect
Hello,
Krogan to
Pinxel.
abandon
I
his
figured
mission?
it out. Hello, Rizzle Raz.
If his imprints are true,
Everyone say
then he
hello
created
to
something
Rizzle
stronger
Raz,
than
who
me.
is my
So
best
he's
friend
not
Ray, who has officially learned how to
And
use
if his
Twitch.
hatreds aren't strong enough to compel me, they've failed too.
Hello.
I feel nothing.
It's true.
I have
It's
no
true. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. He got a PC and he has learned how to use Discord and Twitch. Like, so proud. All right, join my
Have
crew.
a good ship and a strong crew, a strong clan. You'd make it stronger.
Such game changers, I know.
Choose weak enemies.
Crazy.
I'll have to kill you.
Our enemies are worthy. No,
No
doubt
doubt.
about that.
That's acceptable. I'll fight for you.
He was very easily
Glad you saw
persuaded.
reason.
Oh my god, I have a gun on his. That's so funny.
Offer one hand, but arm the other. Wise shepherd. If I find a clan, if I find what I want, I will be honored to eventually pit them against you.
I would be honored to eventually kill you.
Shepherd.
Oh my god, is he gonna tell me he doesn't have time? Is he very busy?
Just checking in, making sure you're acclimatizing.
Humans talk too much. Like the tank. Come back later.
Nobody wants to talk to me. Upgrades!
Anything in your tank imprints that can make use of the resources we found?
Hey, so I know I just woke you up, but can you upgrade my ship for me? Oh, I have no money left because I just bought the other thing. That's right. Shit. I don't have any money. Hold on. Let me see what I can get. Yeah, I have 10,000 because I just spent it all. Ew. I should have listened to her ages ago, but I was it's true. Too busy playing Mass Effect. Heavy weapon. Krogan Vitality. What is that? I don't need Krogan squad members. I'll never use anybody but my bitches. Sniper. Submachine gun damage? No. Mini gel capacity. Oh, that's not bad. Okay. There we go. Wait, should you get to space, mommy? Wait, are there more companions still? There's more companions? How come they're not in my... They're not in my quests? Ew, I don't want to do fucking Zane's quest. I'm not gonna do it. It's gross. Alright, so where do we go? Using the elusive man's dossiers, assemble a team of experts to fight the collectors. I did that. Is there more? Do I have to do more? Do the quests for the money, there are more. But I don't have another dossier. I only have Zaid's quest. I have side quests. Oh, Fathar. 2. Oh, hold on. There you go. So, yeah. So my missions only have stop the collectors, which is assemble a team. And then the only other quest I have, my main quest, is Zaid's quest. But then I've got a couple assignments as well. So I have this one. Archangel datapad. What's the deliver the datapad to Arya? Yeah, there's a couple things apparently I need to go back to Omega to do for side quests. But yeah, in terms of like main quests, this is all I have. Like these are all done. I have no other dossiers. I went through my entire ship and I just talked to everybody, so I'm at the point where I'm ready to start another quest. So I guess the side quests then. I need to go to Ilium. Okay. I can go to Ilium. That's where you get the last 2. Why aren't they on my quest list then? Hold on, did I get everybody? Oh, I haven't talked to Morden. I forgot Morden. Hold on, let's go get Morden. He's the only one I forgot. Because I don't care about Kanye.
The elusive man wishes to speak to you in a debriefing.
Oh, hold on. Where's my... There we go. Okay, where's Morden? In the lab. Hi, Morden.
Shepard.
Are you gonna tell me you're busy too?
Have you got a minute to talk?
Not now. Working on collector data. Have ruled out artificially intelligent virus.
Okay, I get it.
Anything
blah,
else?
blah, 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 blah.
Any
Upgrade my
ideas
ship.
on other ways to prepare for the collectors?
Ideas, yes.
Alive
Expensive,
ahead, I
but
guess.
possibly
Shut
valuable.
up.
Can show you.
Okay. I know. I'm just like, hey, can you upgrade my ship? Hey, can you upgrade my ship? Hey, can you upgrade my ship? All right, let's do this one. Okay. Thank you. All right, now we're going to Ilium. We're going to Ili. Okay, I can't get on the stairs.
Change of plans, Commander. Urgent message coming in from the
Oh my god. I don't care. Comm room. Comm room. Here? And then... here? And then here? Yeah, I remembered. Okay. I'm gonna hang up on them again.
Shepard, I think we have them. Horizon, one of our colonies in the Terminus systems, just went silent. If it isn't under attack, it soon will be. Has Morden delivered the countermeasure for the Seeker swarms?
Not yet.
Let's hope he works well under pressure. There's something else you should know.
Yeah, I
One
took
of
the
your
words out of your
former
mouth.
crew,
Yeah, the
Caden
Sheen.
Alenko, is stationed on Horizon.
Okay, Caden. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Last I knew, Caden was Alliance.
Oh
Why is he out in
no.
Terminus systems?
Officially, it's an outreach program to improve
The
Alliance
X
relations with
son
the colony.
Caden.
But they're
No.
up to something. And if they sent Commander Alenko, it must be big.
No.
I suggest you take it up with him.
Oh no. Oh no.
The Collectors just happened to pick a colony with one of my former crew. I don't buy
Not
it.
just my former
It shouldn't
crew.
be a surprise the Collectors are interested in you.
My former
especially if they're working for the Reapers.
Buck.
They might be going after him to get to you.
So I can't wait. Oh, I can wait. Your paramour. Shepard is skeptical. I'm skeptical, and it's not even my ex-boyfriend. It's a digital character in a video game.
Send the coordinates. We'll head straight there.
This is the most warning we've ever had, Shepard. Good luck.
Okay. This is gonna be
Joker,
so
set a course for
Aqua Taco.
Horizon. I've got to go see the professor.
Aye, aye, Commander.
What time is it? Do we have enough time to do this? Yeah, we'll do this one. Even if it goes a little late, we'll do this one. In space! It's actually pronounced space.
Tell me you have something.
Yeah, a bug.
Yes.
There's only so many people in space. My romantic choices are very limited. The smile. Don't squander heavy what. Now we'll never know what that hint was.
Lilith, we've got
They
a problem.
didn't fix his hair though.
Calibrate the targeting matrix?
Those defense towers are useless if we don't figure it out.
Sorry, Commander. Getting our comm systems back online takes priority.
Yeah. Okay. Surprised people haven't tried to blame that one on me, too.
People out here don't trust the Alliance. It's nothing personal. What is that?
Get everyone to the safe house.
Oh, Caden has butt pads too.
Hurry!
Oh no, I got hit by a bug on my leg. What the fuck? It's always bees! This fly. Well, they're dead. Oh no, Caden's dead. Oh no.
Assuming control.
I'm sorry, are these super bees?
We are the harbinger of their perfection. Prepare these humans for ascension.
There's 4 more companions? 4. I'm missing 4 people? Holy fuck. Damn. I thought I was making progress. It was all no shit. I think one is an either or situation. Damn, I thought I was making progress. I'm like not even in this game at all, apparently. All right, I want to trade. Which one is the one I don't like? This one? The machine pistol? Ooh, let's trade that for an SMG. How come I can't see stats? Alright, I'm just gonna leave that the way it is because I can't see stats. Where's my sniper rifle? Rifle. Where's my rifle? My rifle. Where's my sniper I picked up? Who can I not use it? Oh, I can't use it because I'm a magic bitch. That's right. Yeah, she can't use it. Damn, that really sucks because I really liked using the sniper in the first game. Garrus can use the sniper. Well, Garrus can snipe all he wants in his little bedroom. You can pick another gun type. Am I just not seeing it? Yeah, I don't see it. It's fine. Go read messages. Okay, well, apparently after. Oh. On that screen? Interesting. Doing calibration. Yeah. Not on that screen. Okay. Oh. I accidentally hit a button and just used one of my abilities. That's fine. All right, where are we going? Where are we going, gals?
We're groundside. Morden, you sure those armor upgrades will protect us from the seeker swarms?
Certainty impossible.
Pick another gun during a search.
Numbers
Okay.
should confuse detection, make us invisible to swarms. In theory.
That doesn't sound good.
Experimental technology. Only test is contact with seeker swarms. Look forward to seeing if you survive.
It's a little fucked up to say to someone, Morden. I'm just throwing that out there. Looking forward to seeing if you survive. Looking forward to seeing if you survive my boot up your ass. Let's try my Smooga. Oh, my Smooga's not bad. A little bit more accurate than the other pistol was. Who already died? Kasumi already died? Crazy. I'm gonna blow that up. Wait, how are you still alive? I just did a boom. I think they're done, gals. I think they're done. Morden is autistic, he means well. Oh, hi. Thanks for checking in. I'm still autistic. Conversation of the entire game. Oh no, is it gonna be with my ex-boyfriend? The scientist Solarian. You're excited? Oh no, man. Worst in the entire game? It's gotta be with Caden. It's gotta be. That's the only way I can see this going.
Commander, we're getting interference. Can't maintain this
That ship's blocking communications.
Can he be counted as your ex if you're the one that died? I mean, I assumed he's been dead for like forever because he got ripped out of the Normandy when it exploded. Super X. Ooh, what are you? Ew, I don't like you. Oh, we can shoot their legs off? Lol. Come here, let me shoot you in the head. Oh, Kasumi got you. Never mind, we're fine. You were, I know. But also, let's be honest with ourselves here. He probably would have been my ex. I just think it's funny that because you know, accidental sex.
Things look like the husks
Suddenly sex. So when I started this game, it like starts off where like he's my, you know, he's my romance partner or whatever. So like I have a fucking picture of Caden on my desk in my office in the beginning of the game. It's very funny. Would he? Probably not, because I'm such a little, like, I'm such a, oh my god, the fly literally just hovered in front of my face, like, taunting me. I feel so bad about hurting people's feelings, I probably, like, would not break up with him. I'd probably just, like, wait for the relationship to just fizzle out and fall apart. Ew, why? Because I have the confidence of a wet paper towel. Do I have emotions? Stop. That's the actual answer, though. Like, it's my self-esteem. That's the actual answer. Like, you can disagree with if I should feel that way, but that is the answer. Alright, where's my object? Yeah, but where over here? Stop. Oh.
This thing used to be human, didn't it? Is it one of the colonists?
It's better to be mean. No.
On Eden Prime, victims were impaled on giant spikes to turn them into
They sing
husks.
like 18 songs about it.
On Horizon.
So
Rotten to the core.
had the husks and took the colonists alive.
Rotten to the
else.
core, rotten to the core. Rotten to the core. Who could ask for more? Okay. The collector says it has a okay, to call us okay.
Collectors must be experimenting on the colonists.
Live your life rotten to the core.
Sounds almost worse
Rotten
than
to
what
the
Cerberus did to me.
rotten to
Guess
the
we'll
core.
find out when we stop them.
These aren't
It
the
makes me
same
so sad that
creatures
there'll
I
never
fought
be
on
another
Eden
good one of
Prime.
those movies.
They're more
None
advanced,
of them were good, but there'll never be another good one.
They still die when you shoot them.
The collectors aren't getting away with more victims. Let's move out.
Whatever you say, boss lady.
That's another reason you're upset that Rex died? What? Why?
Peaceful.
Because he's rotten to the
Usually
core?
takes a lot of chemicals for me to get this.
This is creepy. Going silent.
Rotten to the core, rotten to the core. You could ask for more. You could ask for more. Oops. Oops. He says Saren is rotten to the core. Tragic. It is tragic that we missed that. Yeah, Yaga and I watched the new Descendant movie, Rise of Red, and we literally just like shit on it the entire time because it was so bad. Okay. I don't know, like, okay? You do shit on most movies. You do. Oh, they're not dead. They're in stasis.
Stuck in stasis, but still aware.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Like this could save me a lot of trouble on a job.
They've been like this a long time.
Stay, sis. Just stay right there, sis. I have to go piss girl. I think I'm gonna go piss girl while I'm in this house. Alright, I'm gonna go piss girl. Hold on. Listen, before any of you fuckers take any clips, I have tan leggings on. I have pants on. Before someone takes a clip and they're like, oh my god, Pink didn't have pants on. Can we get a piss command? I don't know. It is. Wolfie just did it. What do you mean? Okay. I hate that. No, he did piss. Well, because he does piss every time on accident because he can't remember if it's go or if it's piss. I mean, I can literally just make it so piss is the same command as go. But you want a piss command now? The funny thing is I don't want to steal it because somebody else has already done it, which makes me sad. But I saw a streamer the other day who has a piss command, and it's like, so-and-so has abandoned chat to take a piss like X amount of times, and it's just like a count of how many times like she peed. Shortcut to go, exactly. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Sir, your eyes are gonna get stuck like that, and that's probably very painful. Piss, and then it plays hot to go. Oh my god. H-O-T-T-O-T-O. H-O-T-T-O-T-O. The funny thing is I've never heard that song outside of TikTok. Taking heavy fire. What the stop! What did you just jump? Oh, you're so big dumb. Yeah, get punched. Yeah, get punched.
Nothing can stop me.
No. Oh, okay. It'll be fine. Bruh. Bruh.
Can't do that right now.
Bruh.
My attacks will tear you apart. Ignore the fallen.
No, worse on legendary. This fly! It's actually taunting me now. Like, it was just hanging out over by my ring light, but now he's like flying in front of my fucking face. Like, actually taunting me. How is this guy not dying? Okay. I don't need to watch this again.
Assuming control. This hurts you.
Down you go.
Can I go? Oh, I can. Okay. Oh, shit. Yeah, okay.
Poking.
Come on, get your health back. Oh my god. And I am... Okay, so she literally would not take her gun out for whatever reason. Like, she just stood there and got shot at. Oh my gosh, now my headset's dying. I can't get my gun out right here. At this angle, for whatever reason, it won't let me take my gun. Okay, well, let's get out of here.
I can take you on.
Attack.
Okay, stop! Like, I don't understand why you won't take your gun out. Will I pay? Alright, alright, alright. Get out of here. Get out of here. Stop taking cover over stupid things, please. I beg you! I hate that the fucking cover button is the same as the run button. I hate it. First time here and you get content restricted? Probably just because I don't have a child-friendly stream and there's just a warning that says this is not child-friendly stream. Sneak attack? Yeah, Kasumi has stealth, I think. Hi, Current. Welcome in. Come on, let's go. Let's get this. She has invis, yeah. I don't know if Current can't watch stream because they haven't accepted the thing. But if anyone wants to tell them that they just have to click start watching. Okay. Inside. That was... I feel like this was not it either. Oh, my headset's dying. Yeah, I was already one in here. Okay. Do I go like up in these places? I'm an actual I can't view the stream. I don't have any restrictions up other than the mature filter. That's weird. Oh. As a bot and blocked me. Well, I mean, you're not blocked because you're chatting, so I'm not sure. Move out of the way, guy. Okay. So That doesn't go anywhere. I don't know. And I also don't know where to go, and I'm stuck on nothing, apparently. Oh, here we go. I see. I see! I found it! Match there are no restrictions set up. Yeah, there's no... yeah, it's not on follower only or anything like that. I'm actually trying to think because, like... I would hope that there's... Look at... See, it's doing the thing again. Look at... It's doing the thing again! There we go. I hate that. That's like the 5th time tonight that that's happened. Where it just, like, doesn't acknowledge that I'm clicking on the second one. And just, like, keeps resetting the pins. There we go. Weird. That's really strange. And I'm a little concerned, if I'm being honest. Am I shadow banned on Twitch?
Company. Get out here, now!
You're human. What are you doing out here? You lead them right here.
They knew you were here.
You had to hear them trying to get in.
I know, I'm trying to think
Seems
too.
like
I don't know what the issue is.
Collectors.
Those things are collectors?
I mean...
You mean, they're real?
Yeah, there's no mod comments or mod anything, so that's so weird. Yeah, I don't know, Current. That's really weird.
What's your name? What do you do here?
Name's Delan, mechanic. I came down to check on the main
Not
grid
allowed to view the
after we
stream
lost
and
our
content
comm
restricted.
signals. And I heard screaming. I looked outside and there was swarms.
I don't know.
Bugs. Everyone they touched just froze. I sealed the
don't
doors.
know.
Damn it! It's the Alliance's fault. They stationed that Commander Alenko here and built those defense towers.
Unless...
It made us a target.
Are you on your Switch? PC? Unless... it's another account that's banned and it's connected to that account. Which I don't know. I don't ban a lot of people. Oh, let's find out about Caden.
This Alliance rep.
Commander Alenko? Heard he was some kind of hero or something. That made nothing to me, though. Would rather he'd stayed back in Council space.
Why was he here?
Any idea what he was doing on Horizon?
That's so strange.
Supposed to be helping us get the defense towers up and running.
And now
I
I'm
got the
worried.
feeling he was here for something else.
Yeah, there's no mod
Spying on
actions,
us.
yeah. Can't watch my friend's streams on there because of that message. But I wonder what it is. Like, I wonder...
Tell me about the colony defense towers.
A gift from the Alliance. High-powered
I've never
Guardian
gotten that.
lasers. Supposed to keep hostile ships from landing near the colony. Had to build a massive underground generator just to give it enough juice. Only we couldn't get the targeting systems online. So the Alliance gave us a giant gun
like
that
ad
couldn't
block
shoot
or
straight.
something?
Stupid sons of bitches.
Why do you think this is the Alliance's fault?
We're just a small colony. Nobody bothered us before we started building those damn defense towers and drew attention to ourselves. I left Council space to get away from the Alliance. Nothing good ever comes from getting mixed up with them.
It's not their fault.
The Collectors are targeting remote colonies. The Alliance was trying to help.
I don't need their help. Too many strings attached. That rep said he was just here to get the towers online. But mark my word, there's more to it.
If you have defenses, we can use them against
It's
the
a Twitch
Collectorship.
issue, yeah.
You'd need to
Sorry,
calibrate
Current.
the targeting system first. It's never worked right.
I really
just
don't know.
give us the location.
Head
Error
for
that
the
happens.
main
Some people are say
transmitter on
refreshing
the other
fixes
side
and
of the
others just say
colony.
wait
Pretty
a few
hard to
days.
miss. The targeting controls are at the base.
The space gun? The space gun. Right? That's what you meant? Alright, stay here. I don't need a
Better if you
fucking...
stay out of the way.
Yeah, I don't need a
Yeah,
mechanic
that's what I was
following me
thinking, too.
around.
I'll let you out, but I'm locking the door behind you. I'm not taking any chances. Good luck. I think you're gonna need it.
Okay. Alright, so we just came in here, right? We came in here from where? Here. Alright, can I get... No, I still can't use the... Wait, you said to check my messages, which I can't do, because I'm in a mission. Okay.
Hello, dead people.
Who said that? Was that Jack? Oh, that's funny. That was very funny.
This delay is pointless. We are the harbinger of your destiny.
Hello, dead people. That's great. That was absolutely wonderful. I can't shoot. I can't shoot. I can't shoot. It's doing the thing. Okay.
Your form is fragile.
I can't shoot. She like won't get off cover sometimes. Like can't shoot. The take cover button is the same button as run, and sometimes it's stupid. What's this do? Oh. Oh. What'd this do? Longer you hold, the more DPS. Oh, really? Like a little Charger-roonskis? A little Charger-roonskis?
This should come in handy.
Charger Runicle? Oh my gosh.
I thought we'd run across more of those frozen colonists. Not that I'm complaining.
Probably loaded onto the collector ship by now.
Okay.
Guess they're almost done here.
Why do I have to what? Churgeon McGurgeon? Hacker man. Jurgen McFlurgen. This seems... There we go. I was like, this is way too big of an area for there to be nothing. Sir, 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 sir. You stop that right now.
Gift for you.
Gift for you. I don't know who's speaking, but I love them. Ew. Okay, okay, okay. Jesus Christ. I hate that the run button and the take cover button are the same button. I have a keyboard. I have so many buttons. Why did you make them the same button? Please, please get up. I can, but then like then it starts to get complicated, and then you have to start remapping everything. It's dumb. But I think it's like literally just the way that it's like set up. Like the space button just like is the action button. Okay, holy shit. My dudes. You're joking with me right now. You're joking with me right now. Why are we not moving? But why are we not moving is the question. Okay. Let's start off with this one. No, that wasn't the problem. The problem is like she like wasn't moving. Like I don't know if I was getting stunned because I was getting hit or something, but she just like stopped running at some point. They're not gonna come. Oh my god, I see fucking flying. Oh, they do like wave shits. Okay, well that's very unfortunate. Okay. That sucks. Yep. Alright, I need this guy. Get out of here. I don't know. Get out of here. I don't need you right now. What? Can you not stand in front of me? Holy shit, Kasumi. Like, why don't you just stand in one spot right in front of me?
Going dark.
Now.
There it is, the transmitter.
Oh my god. The fly. I'm going to live on stream lose my shit with this fucking fly that just will not stop flying in front of my face. Like there's a go over here, fly. There's a whole fucking room over here. You don't have to be in this fucking room in front of my face. Ugh. I can't take care of it. I literally can't. Do I need to order? You might have to. Oh, fuck. Come on. There we go.
Norman,
I did. Did you just see me clap?
Joker here. Signal's weak.
Did you
Commander,
just
but
see
we
me
got
clap? Or I just tried to get it? Like, just fly in. Here, dude. Here, come here. Just fly into the fly trap. Here, I'll hold it up for you so you can fly into it. Come here. Since you want to fly in front of my face. Jeez. Bro. Come on. You can't? As long as you guys can't see it on camera. Well, no, that probably is worse that you can't see it on camera because now I look like a psycho.
Edie, can you get the colony's defense towers online?
Errors in the calibration software are easily rectified, but it will take time to bring the towers to full power.
The worst part, like I know you guys can't see it. My ring light is literally right here, right behind my camera. And it's been hanging out back there, like on the ring light, because obviously, I'm probably yelling in here, I'm sorry. On the ring light because it's the light and they're attracted to it. But for some reason, the last hour or so, it's decided it wants to fly in front of my fucking face. Instead of hanging out over there by the ring light.
Got any other helpful tips?
Sorry, and I'm sorry, I was probably yelling in the mic.
Are closing in. I suggest you ready weapons.
I suggest you ready weapons. Okay. But I do. I want so badly to get this fly. Like I just want to like smack it and
new
yeah.
Your destiny. Emergency power. Please hold a defense tower.
I blame the chickens. I blame the chickens. They're supposed to be eating these flies and they're not.
This is true power.
Oh, Bruh. Bruh. I can't fucking get out of cover.
Going silent.
Oh my god, it's so stupid.
This hurts you.
Oh, Jack's dead, apparently.
My attacks will tear you apart. My attacks will tear you
Yeah,
apart.
I can't fucking shoot. It's so stupid. I don't understand, like, why sometimes I literally, I didn't jump, but that's fine.
There's gonna be more.
Okay.
Sequential power-up initiated.
Over here.
Guardian anti-ship batteries at 40%.
Oh, we're popular? That's what you call wanting to be murdered? I guess so. Oh, there's a guy who just landed over here. You there, bugs. Bug goo. Hi, Shockwave! Welcome in.
You cannot resist.
Target protected by barrier.
Batteries at 60%.
Ooh.
Seeking targeting protocols to Normandy systems.
Oof. Okay. Well, I don't have any more heavy. Yeah. And I'm out of that. Great. So we literally have SMG. That's all we've got until I can pick up more ammo. Come on. I think that's Kasumi, actually, which is very funny. I feel like Kasumi is a little bit more of a joker than Jack is. Just like personality-wise. I don't know, Jack might talk shit like that. That might be funny, but I just feel like it's Kasumi. Heavy ammo in the house. I don't have any. My name is Commander Shockwave Shepard, Spectre Infiltrator since 2010. Sentinel. Oh, what class am I again, guys? What class am I again? I don't remember what class I'm in. I think I am. I think I am a Sentinel. I don't remember. I can't remember what class I am.
Edie, we need that system online.
I can't.
Don't know what that is, but keep back.
I'm the mostly cybernetic class. Oh shoot! I had to itch my face. Okay, why? Okay, let's not stand in the place and just get like beamed, huh? Okay. Can you fuck off? Like, my guy. Holy shit. Dude, why are you so obsessed with me? Okay, this, like, not excuses. I'm not, like, trying to be like, oh my god, the game. But, like, this is next to impossible to do when my fucking character doesn't know the difference between run and take cover because it's the same fucking button. So I'm trying to run and she's like, duck, 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 duck here, duck here. And it does not help me. It does not help me, like, literally at all. Okay. Now I'm gonna try to run. And I'm just getting pegged over here. Great. Okay, take some heals back.
Firing anti-ship batteries and collector vessel.
Okay. I can't fire? I can't fire? It's doing the thing again? Okay. Shit. I can't do shit. Because he's just sniping on me for whatever reason. This thing is super obsessed with me in particular. What the fuck is going on? Like, why is this thing up my ass? Holy shit, dude. I genuinely don't know how to do this without, look, I have 20 shots left. I can't pick up ammo because if I get out of cover, he fucking blows my ass up. I can't run away because if I try to run, she ducks behind cover for no fucking reason. Oh my god, get out. Okay. Holy shit. No, it's literally just the it's the key binding. It's like space bar is everything. It's like it's interact, it's run, it's hide. Like the space bar is like the do button, which sucks because do is everything. So like sometimes I'm trying to run and she'll duck behind cover, or sometimes I'm trying to like interact with something and she'll duck behind cover, and it's just like,
don't let him get away.
But that means I have to reprogram like all of the buttons, but it's the same button. Like it doesn't give me the option to be like, oh well, duck is this button and run is like, it's the same button. Controller.
There's nothing
Disgusting.
we can do. They're gone.
Do you want me to beat this game? Do you want me to make a shot? Ever? I'll be playing this game for the rest of forever.
I didn't want it to end this way.
That's funny. That was a funny joke, Yaga. That was very funny.
You did, Shep.
Shepard. Wait. I know that name. Sure, I remember you. You're some type of big Alliance hero.
Commander Shepard, captain of the Normandy, the first human Spectre, savior of the Citadel. You're in the presence of a legend, Delan. And a ghost.
All the good people we lost and you get left behind. Figures.
No, I can't shoot with
this.
controller.
I'm
I
done
cannot
you
shoot with
Alliance
controller.
types.
I thought you were dead, Shepard. We all did.
He doesn't sound angry right now, though. I'm not. I'm gonna be neutral.
You don't sound too happy to see me.
Because last time I was nice to him, he fucked me, literally.
I spent the past 2 years believing you were dead. Thought we had something, Shepard. Something real. I loved you. Thinking you were dead tore me apart. How could you put me through that? Why didn't you try to contact me? Why didn't you let me know you were alive?
I wasn't even conscious.
Not my choice. I spent the last 2 years in some kind of coma while Cerberus rebuilt me.
You're with Cerberus now. I can't believe the reports were right.
Our movements apparently
What's her name is dead.
across the galaxy.
Alliance intel thought Cerberus might be behind the missing human colonies. I got a tip this colony might
I
be the next
loved
one to
you.
be hit.
No,
Anderson
you fucking
Stonewall.
didn't.
But there were rumors that you weren't dead, that you were working for the enemy.
Okay. I don't technically work for Cerberus. technically. Bro literally has the biggest hard-on for Commander Poop Shepherd. Commander Poop Shepherd.
Building the
I'll be
defense
neutral.
towers was just
His
a
voice
cover
actor
story.
plays a lame character
The
in Knights of the Old
Alliance sent
Republic
you
too.
here
It's
to
funny.
investigate me, didn't they?
I was here for Cerberus. You were just a rumor. I wanted to believe you were alive, but I never expected anything like this. You turned your back on everything we believed in. You betrayed the Alliance. You betrayed me.
I have not used a mean dialogue option this entire game so far. But the fact that he's mad at me for dying and being in a coma for 2 years, waking up, being thrown into some fucking war against the fucking, I don't know, alien cybernetic fucking ultra lord. I don't even fucking know. And like, bro, I literally just found out you were alive like an hour ago. Okay? Like, I just found out you're alive like an hour ago, and now I'm here. What more do you fucking want from me? He is such a man right now. He's such a man right now. I was literally in a coma. I didn't even know you were alive because guess what? Guess what? The fucking ship we were on blew up and you got ripped out of the ship and yeeted into space. Why would I think you were alive? Yeah, you wake up and have to save the world and he's like, why didn't you call me? I don't fucking know. What's your cell phone number? Oh, you don't have one? What the fuck?
Caden, you know me. You know I'd only do this for the right
Lie.
reason. You saw it yourself. The collectors are targeting human colonies, and they're working
Fix
with
your
the
hair,
Reapers.
Caden.
I want to believe
It's been like 4 years.
Don't trust Cerberus. They could be using the threat of a Reaper to manipulate you. What if they're behind it? What if they're working with the collectors?
Wow. You are so hung up on Cerberus, you're ignoring the real threat.
Okay. Knowing all of the men I have in my life, I don't want to call him emotional. Yeah, let's full send.
You're letting how you feel about their history get in the way of the facts.
Maybe. Or maybe you feel like you owe Cerberus because they saved you. Maybe you're the one who's not thinking straight. You've changed. But I still know where my loyalties lie. I'm an Alliance soldier. Always will be. I've got to report back to the Citadel. They can decide if they believe your story or not.
So long, Caden.
Goodbye, Shepard. And be careful.
Joker, send the shuttle to pick us up. I've had enough of this colony.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Shepard, good work on Horizon. Hopefully the collectors will think twice before attacking another colony.
My mind is so blown right now. That was a conversation that was actually written and voice acted and generated in a game, and everyone was like, yeah, this is fine.
It's not a victory.
What the
We
fuck?
interrupted the collectors, but they still abducted half the colony.
That's better than an entire colony, and more than we've accomplished since the abductions began. The collectors will be more careful now, but I think we can find another way to lure them in.
Caden said the Alliance
Both
got
of
a
them
tip
are
about
unreasonable.
me
Well,
and
I hated
Cerberus.
Ashley.
Was that
Caden,
you?
like, was just there because he was the better
I may
choice
have
than
let it slip
Ashley.
that you
But
were alive, and with Cerberus.
You risked the lives of my friend, my crew, and that entire colony just to lure the collectors there?
that's
A
kind of shitty.
calculated risk. I suspected the collectors were looking for you, or people connected to you. Now I know for certain. I told you I wouldn't sit and wait while the Reapers and collectors gather strength. Besides, they would have hit
I know,
another
those
colony
cool. Those are
eventually, without
some
a way
cool
to predict
eyes, right?
which
Some
one.
cool baby
They
eyes.
would have abducted everyone.
Chicken coop stream beamed into his left eye. Guys.
We have to make sure they don't abduct anyone else.
I want the collectors stopped for that very reason. That's why we're doing this, Shepard. I'm devoting all resources to finding a way through the Omega-4 relay. We have to hit them where they live. Your team will need to be strong, as will their resolve. There's no looking back. The same goes for you. Can I assume you've put your past relationships behind you?
It's dealt
I'm
with.
free, clear, and focused on the mission.
That's what I like to hear. Shepard, once you find a
dealt
way through
with.
the Omega-4 relay to the Collector homeworld, there's
God.
no guarantee you'll
Hayden.
return. To have any hope of surviving, you and your entire team
Who's worse,
must
guys?
be fully
Caden
committed to this.
or Will from Baldur's Gate 3? My team is strong.
Let me worry about them. You just find us a way to the Collector homeworld.
Caden, I don't know.
just wanna be
You're
upfront about
biased
your
though.
odds. You'll need everyone at their best.
You haven't
I've
finished
forwarded
Baldur's
3
Gate.
more
You don't know how
dossiers. Keep building your
annoying
team
Will
while
is.
I find a way through the relay. And be careful, Shepard. The collectors will be watching you.
Bro always has a cigarette in his hand. Oh, shut up, Kanye. Before you even say anything, I don't want to hear it.
I guess we're really gonna do it. Hit the Omega-4 relay. Take the fight to the collectors in person. Looking
Kanye,
forward to
who
the
told you
action.
you could speak?
After seeing what those bastards did on Horizon, though, makes you think.
Who told Kanye he could speak?
They're powerful, but we've got a few tricks for them. If anyone can stop them, we can.
No argument there, Commander. Horizon just made it hit home. What we're doing, what we're up against. Gonna go take care of a little unfinished business. I imagine everyone else is too. Getting some closure, you know?
I don't call anybody by their names. He's Kanye. Zane is... What's Zane's name, guys? I don't know what Zane's real name is. Zahara or some shit. I don't fucking know. Zaid, yeah. Zane. It's amazing. I heard you talking about Kanye when I entered, but I didn't get the context. Yeah, no, that's Kanye. All right. It is 12:30, so this is probably a good place to call it before we start a new mission.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
We'll start stream. We'll start stream tomorrow by talking to our squad. Poop Shepherd, Sentinel. Oh, you can't see. Poop Shepherd, Sentinel. You said, what's your guys' thoughts on Kanye? And I'm like, what the fuck is her demographic? Yeah. Yeah. Kanye. Alright, save it. You know, you always have to save twice. It's the rules. Alright. Exit game so I can actually minimize and get out. Alright. Yay, let's find somebody to raid. How many people do we have? Do we have a raidable amount of people? Okay. Let's see. Wow. What is with it on Sundays? I feel like this happened last Sunday as well. Where like There's not a lot of people on. I'm pumped you're Mass Effect and text me later, Tater. Thanks for stream. Have a good week. Dave, thanks for being here. Much appreciated. I guess Tegan's really the only one on right now? Okay, hold on. Is anybody playing this game? Sundays? Yeah, I feel okay. So the last person we rated was Amaris. They're still on playing Lies of P. We just rated Jade. She's playing Stellar Blade. We just rated Aether. He's playing Alan Wake. Like everyone we've rated very, very recently are like the only people playing right now. So let's see. Oh, we've lost a couple people. I might not even raid now because we've lost some people. We had 13 and now it says we have 9, so I might not raid out. Go get that fly. Yeah. I think I'm just going to call it here. I don't think we're going to raid out tonight. Doesn't really seem like Sundays really don't seem to be like a very active day, it looks like. Yeah, there's quite a few people playing this game actually, which is the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. The first 17 people playing this game don't have a camera. The first 17 people on this list playing this game do not have a camera. That's crazy. Who is this person? Or do you speak English? What do you... Rage Cage Games is playing Mass Effect, but I don't know which one they're on. I'm not sure. They might be on 3. I don't recognize this at all. They might be on 3. Okay, so maybe not them. Okay. All right. Well, with that being said, I am just gonna call it here. And I hope to see you all tomorrow. You know that streams have kind of been off and on with like my new promotion at work and all that stuff. So hopefully, I hope, knock on wood, I hope to see you guys tomorrow. We'll continue this tomorrow. Yeah, stay safe, make good choices. You know the deal. And I'll see you guys later.